Hello and welcome back, everybody, to another playoff edition of Otter Talk. Tonight, you don't have your usual host. You've got me, Dory K, back on the desk. And joining me, we've got three people who absolutely do not need any introduction. They've all been here before, but I'm going to run through it anyways. So, Trashy from the top, tell us a little about yourself.
Well, I've been around the scene forever, but I'm never eligible to play, so I'm always watching from the sideline. I run Dorado uncapped teams, and that's all you need to know about me.
Wonderful, wonderful. Glad to have you yet again paying attention to gold when you've moved on to greener pastures, my friend. But that being said, another returning guest here. We've got Pandorum from Hyperion Gaming?
Yeah,
Yes,
a bit later from
Hyperion Gaming.
Hyperion Gaming. I totally didn't play this season. I totally did not go ONA. Never existed, but yes.
I don't know, man. The segment we've got coming might disagree, but somebody who is actually playing in the league, and we know that for certain because they are playing tonight on the off-stream match. We've got Astrid ADC for Jolly Rogers Black Pearl.
Yeah, it's like my third time now here.
Oh, cool.
It's always fun to come over and just kind of hang out with you guys.
So, without further ado, I think we've got three perfect experts to talk with me. So, tonight we're just going to get right into it. We are going to talk about our matchups tonight. We've collected predictions yet again from our esteemed guests, and we're going to take a quick look because it's not so cut and dry this time around, everybody. As you can see here, we've got a bit of an array of predictions. We've got conflicting opinions about both series. I'm going to actually start with Trashy, though. We're going to ignore Sun versus Jolly Rogers for a second here. We're going to have Trashy defend why he is the sole person deciding TD is going to win tonight.
All right. Well, to start off, all right, I might as well be an old head compared to these guys, okay? I'm going off players I know well, and while Phantastic has looked very good, they did also lose to TD, if I'm not mistaken.
They did.
They did have a sub, which makes it a little tougher, right? So you could make the case that it's because of a sub. But to be fair, TD was also using a player that's listed as a sub. So, I'm going with the win. Winners win, you know what I'm saying?
All right. Do you have an idea of what you think the series score is going to be? How late do you think our producer Braku is going to be up?
I mean, I initially said 3-1, but I've thought about it a bit more. I looked at who was subbed out. That definitely affected my opinion a bit. I think it's going to be a 3-2 series. I think it's going to be close, but I think I'm going to give the edge to TD.
All right, all right. Well, the other three of us did predict Phantastic Academy. And before I give my 2 cents, I'd like to hear from the two of you. What do you guys think the series score is going to be? And what do you think the turning point is to think Phantastic is going to return to form in playoffs?
I think it's just basically proven throughout the entire season that they're a formidable force to play with. Even if they have some lows, they know how to just jump right back. Like they're not a thing of like they're gonna just roll over and die. They're gonna like okay, well, yeah, that was bad, but how do we recover? And it seemed that they've been able to do that for the course of the season. And I think just going in, given that they also had a week off, I feel like they're going to use this opportunity to just jump back and show top form again. And that's mostly just from results of the season. So that's my whole reason behind that. And TD is a formidable force, but I think the Phantastic is going to maybe go down 1 or 2 games and be like, oh wait, you know what? Let's go back to the drawing board and kind of come back as you've shown we can do throughout the entire season. So that's my whole reasoning here.
All right. And do you share a similar sentiment, Astrid, or do you have some other thoughts about this matchup?
In a sense, yes, I kind of agree with a lot of what Pandaron has said. But for me, the biggest turning point was just like the TD series last week when they 3-2. What's the name of that team? I'm sorry. Conduit. There you go. Sorry.
Conduit, yes.
Yeah, they went 3-2 to Conduit, and like Conduit is not a bad team by any means. They look solid at certain times, but I feel coming into that series they should close it a lot faster, and they look weak in a lot of the games. So after watching that, I also played both of them, and overall I felt like Phantastic as a team just is stronger than TDE. Now, I think this could flip either way, but in my opinion, it's going to be a 3-2 to Fantastic. I think it's going to be a really fun series to watch, but I think overall, Fantastic is going to take the win here.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I think that while TD has been on an uprise, much like the other team lower in the standings on the other side, I think Sons of Excel have also been on a gradual level of improvement. I think that the Conduit series showed a bit of regression. I do think that they have the capability of understanding where things went wrong, why the mid jungle duo was so difficult for them to deal with, and I can see them having a comeback. I can absolutely see them winning 100%. But I do think that we are looking at a fantastic roster that is coming off of having time to find themselves, to practice a little. And if I'm being honest, I think Fifi has the capability to just like run away with games all by himself. So that's why I'm kind of still on the Fantastic train. I'm not quite ready to believe in TD, but I think that they are strong contenders to win the whole league if they win this series tonight.
I would like to real quickly just challenge. We brought up that TD struggled a bit last week, but it's worth noting that TD did not have Hoodie playing last week.
That's true.
And when
They're using
TD did
Verinda, right?
beat, yeah, they were using Verinda, and when TD did beat Jolly Rogers, they had Hoodie in the game, so that's going to be a factor because Hoodie brings a lot to a team, both from a mental standpoint and as a player.
Yeah, I definitely think that Hoodie Man has shown pretty consistent results as well. I definitely agree with that. I do think like Verinda has a lot to offer. In fact, I'm pretty sure somebody put Verinda on their all-star team, which is weird to me considering Hoodie's the starter, and it definitely wasn't me, but it was definitely me. um, I also think that like there's this mid jungle dynamic that I was talking about that makes sense. Like Razors and Luna Freya are definitely like a contentious duo, whereas maybe Toxin's not always practicing with Verinda. We don't know like the infrastructure of the team, if you will. So I can definitely see that. Like that's why I'm kind of like on the edge about it. But at the same time, like I still think depending on where Fifi goes, I feel like Fifi can just like solo run away with games with minimal resources. So that's why I'm kind of just like I don't know if it matters because you're in the realm of like
Yeah, Fifi's the scary
one
part
player
to
take
me. Fifi
yeah,
is
like
the
one
scary.
player running over games is really concerning to me.
But it's hard because I'm not sure what role Fifi's playing tonight. So, like, the role
Yeah.
Fifi plays will affect my opinion on this series. Like, if Fifi's in top, I'm more scared.
Yeah. So yeah, you think top lane he's more impactful? Do either of you think at mid lane he would be more of a problem?
No. I think he's too strong of a top lane. As well as I've seen him play in his actual org with the team he's on. I forget what league he's playing in, but like he's top lane the entire time, and every single time I've just seen like him actually just rolling in top lane. He's like a very sturdy top laner and can play both sides of the coin. He can be the biggest carry for you, or he can be the biggest rock for you, and he'll perform both on both sides. It's really hard to like shove him and get a good advantage on him. So if you put him mid, I think it's substantially lower. But if he's top lane, I think it's like it's way too hard to beat this man.
For me, I think I just have more faith in the two mid laners of TD than I have in their top laner. I still think Complex is very good, but I think that Complex is a more vulnerable player than Hoodie has shown to be this season.
Yeah, Hoodie's champion pool is very like conducive to consistent success too. Like I remember the brief stint he had playing with Sun and with where the hell did I work with him too? Probably CB before it was gone or something. I don't remember. But Hoodie Man's always been pretty consistent in my opinion. So it's really hard to put him in a matchup he's not comfortable with, I guess, and can at least get out of even or at least like barely behind. But at the other side of the bracket, we have the non-stream match tonight, and we very much disagree about that. Two of us are a little bit biased, admittedly, so I'm going to let the two of us not duke it out quite yet. We'll let Pandorum and Trashy explain why they disagree.
All right,
Okay.
Pando, you can take the lead.
So Jolly Rogers, I feel like is just. I think like going in, I immediately felt like most of these names I don't know, and like it's like really I think it was on everyone's mind. It's like either they're gonna come in and sweep everyone because they're so unknown, and become this most dominant actual coming to its name of being a like pirate based thing of just coming and just plundering everything, which they have the entirety of the season. And I think it's just coming to that point of just right now it's you need to find something that Jolly Rogers isn't good at and then just punish him on that. Which I'm pretty sure just from watching a few games, it's it can look really bit about of their jungler's a bit weak. So I think in this matchup tonight, I'm really looking to see how Dean can capitalize on Jolly Roger's jungler, because he's a bit of hit or miss in my opinion, but he's still somewhat sturdy. But I don't think he can really match against Dean, where Dean's strength is not his big oh, I'm big carry person. He's I'm gonna be across the map where I need to be at the right time to help my teammates out and push them even more ahead. And I don't think, at least from what I've seen so far, I don't think their jungler Jolly Rogers can keep up with Dean like that. And unless I'm proven wrong and he's actually just dukes it out with Dean and just Dean can't keep up. But for right now, objectively, I don't think that's going to happen on that side. But I think everyone else around the jungler is really sturdy. So it's one of those where I think even with this kind of the obvious weakest link, in my opinion, can actually kind of still be the biggest threat, because even the bot lane, I've seen both the ADC and the support version of an Astra, and it's it's kind of hard. It's kind of like the Fifi argument, where it's you don't know where Astra's playing, but Astra still puts up a really good performance regardless of where he's been. So it's kind of just okay, where is he playing? And for me personally, his support compared to his ADC and mid are miles ahead, in my opinion. And I've seen it in play, because admittedly, it's a bit biased because technically right now he's boosting me. So I don't know.
All right, Astrid, what do you think? Where do you want to play? Do we get any insider knowledge, or are you gonna make us wait?
I mean, I don't mind giving a little bit. I'm playing support this series.
All right, and how do you think it changes your team dynamic?
I think it's just it's a more comfortable role for me overall. Just my main role is the role I've been playing for the most part. I was just before just feeling whenever we needed to fill the spots on, but I think me switching to support just kind of gave me a bit more of what I needed. Cause that's my main role, so I feel a lot more comfortable. My champion pool is a lot better for it as well.
All right, so I guess the matchup isn't really with Yasparade, but more of how you think you match up with Elsword in this case, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Esword is by any means a bad support. I think he's kind of hit and miss for what I've seen of him usually. He has some games where he looks really good, and he has some games where he kind of looks very subpar. So it's kind of what elsewhere is gonna show up, and how good we can exploit the ball lane, because I feel that's their weakest point by quite a bit. I
Okay.
think their strongest
I can
point is their jungle mid synergy. To be fair, they usually are the kind of the rock solid part of it, while the ball lane just kind of plays stuff just to kind of survive.
Yeah, I can roll with
Uh,
that. That probably would have been my point too. Is
To
I have to support my own org, obviously, but I don't think by any means it's going to be an easy series.
I,
I think it's going to be 3-2 either way.
Yeah, I
I
think it's
will
gonna be a. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I will add one quick thing. I think the biggest thing I'm looking out for is how does the Jolly Rogers mid deal with the mid jungle duo on Son, because that's the biggest thing here. Is like I said before, I think Jolly Rogers jungler is the weakest point in this roster. However, Juggernaut is really good at just being the guy who just pretty much just is the guy. I'm going to do. I
He's
don't know
the
if this is
guy.
a
He's
hot take.
him.
I don't know if this is hot take or not, but I feel like he is the lemon sap right now. He will not lose he will not lose the lane, but he won't dominate the lane. But he's good at doing what he does in lane, where he's going even all the time. And I think that's just what I am interpreting. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but I think that's what we're witnessing right now. And with him being such a good pairing with Dean, who's always around the map, and especially with how he is, it really comes down to how can the Jolly Rogers mid laner kind of deal with this between these this two duo. If you can like survive the early game with that, I think it's a better outcome for Jolly Rogers. But if it's like a bloodbath happening and that 2v2, I think it's going to go towards Sun. But I think just overall 4 is going to come up top for Jolly Rogers. So that's the rest of my take.
Anything to add, Trashy, before we move on?
So for me personally, the way I see it is, I agree. I think Suns has the stronger mid jungle. I think Jolly Rogers has the better bot lane. But the way I see it is, this meta is more decided by mid jungle than ever. Honestly, it's a very good mid jungle meta. Jungles have a lot of pressure in these games, and specifically the players we're looking at on Suns, these aren't weak players. These are all players who have been in these playoff positions, right? So I don't think they're gonna crack under the pressure. Then Dean, Juggernaut just have looked really good playing around each other, all split. And Cake has looked in my opinion, I don't like for Jolly Rogers jungler. Then Cake has looked a little shaky to me. Some games they look really good, and some games they just look really bad. So I don't have a lot of faith in this mid jungle to hold up.
All right. Well, I definitely appreciate all the input. However, we are short on time, so let's move on to the next section. We actually have the section we've been doing for every other division, but due to Gold having some difficulties, we'll go with staffing, we haven't had to have an Otter Talk on playoffs quite yet. So that being said, I have also acquired an all-star team from each of the guests tonight, and myself. I definitely did not come up with it myself. I consulted the panel of experts for mine, so I will try my best to do it justice. But it's a lot different than the rest of you. There seems to be one player in the mid lane that, like, for some reason, just like is present on all three of your lists.
Stop.
I don't know. It's weird. He said he didn't play all season, so like, what?
Look, Mickey, maybe
Ow.
I did after looking at this.
Stop.
You gotta defend yourself, brother.
What do I need to defend myself?
I don't know. Well, one of the people that are on this list 3 times is still in playoffs, and one of them didn't make playoffs.
Okay, well, what about me?
I'll take the
Okay, so
lead on
like
this
the
one.
only reason why I picked myself is purely because I wanted to put both Dean and Juggernaut, but because of we didn't want to play two of the same people in the same team. I think the only person that I like, and I'm not trying to like toot my horn or anything, but I think like across most of the mid laners, who is like, especially with given how my team was, I think I stayed consistent for the most part of the split. I think given how bad the season was for me, I did pretty overall given the odds that the team had. I'm not trying to throw shade. It's just the entire team had it overall just flat split, and I think even out of this entire thing, I came up. I did the best I could given what happened. So, Juggernaut would be here if I couldn't put both here. But since it's me, I'm going to put myself. So that's my reasoning.
The only actual takeaway from this that matters is that the Dino is the GOAT, and I'm the best jungler in the league, and I always have been.
Sorry for
Thanks
that.
for getting him out of here. Thank you for that.
So, anyways, the Dean is the jungler for 3 of us. One person has put Toxin. Astrid, I know you put Toxin. What do you think puts Toxin ahead?
Okay, so I just think Toxic is more fundamental to the success of his team compared to the Dino. Personally.
Okay.
Like, because like the Dean has this mid laner he can play around. They kind of have a really good synergy. They play the game that way. Toxic is kind of like Drought or like the water flows. If he's doing really bad, his team just kind of like looks extremely bad. If he's doing well, then his team looks better. So that's the sole reason why I put Toxin ahead of Dean, is just because of how fundamental he seems to be to his team. And like his success kind of like propels his team to look good. So that's why I put Toxin over Dean.
Yeah, both players seem to contribute pretty heavily to their team, so I think it's definitely fair for them to both be in the conversation. Is there any more insight on kind of the jungle matchup between Toxin, Dean? I feel like it's pretty much just those two, unless any of you have anyone else in mind that could be part of the conversation.
I don't think there is.
Not
personally.
really.
Yeah, I think every other jungler is good, but these two just kind of like look above the other ones.
Yeah, they really
So-
stand out.
Yeah.
So the way I see it is, with Toxin, I think you are right in assessing that he is super important to his team, but I didn't plan this just off of importance. I kind of just looked at the players and did like more of an eye test. I find Dean's pathing to be a lot more efficient, and when you're playing jungle, efficiency is really, really important. It's all about being at the right place at the right time, and Toxin tends to be a little more messier than that. Another thing is Dean is just he's a lot more consistent than Toxin has been.
All right. I think that's fair. And I mean, the other two players we've got that have showed up multiple times, or a fair amount of extra times, like we've got Rocky twice. But even the Rocky decision, I was kind of back and forth on with the group I was talking to. But I think ultimately it's kind of the same conversation as Astrid had, where it's like who contributes more to their team. And I think Rocky, having experience playing with him, he contributes a lot. He's a man of few words, but a lot of actions. So that's kind of why I did Rocky. I don't know if that's a similar sentiment to you, Astrid, but
Yeah, I think like when your team isn't doing the best, looking like one of the standouts kind of makes you stand out more than if you're in a winning team doing well. That was kind of like most of what my thought went into picking Rocky. Like even though his team kind of struggled for certain parts of the season, like he always looked solid. He always looked good. He was kind of like a shining light for them and like helped them in a lot of the games and the series they actually did win. So for that reason, is why I picked him.
okay, I think that's fair. Now, Astrid, you did show up 3 times in 2 different roles, and 2 people think that you are, well, yourself and Trashy thought that yourself for ADC were bigger, but Pandorum actually believed that the role you prefer, support, seems to be the one that you are an MVP for.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So what, I guess, from your observations, because obviously Astrid has his own opinion of himself, but what makes you think the support Astrid is more valuable than ADC Astrid?
So for me, it comes down to 2 things. I agree with Rocky on your guys' stance for Rocky, but I also got to think of the not the level that they could go to on that role, and it's like, wow, I didn't think this person would go this far with their play. And for me, it's like Rocky can't do that, but there's like I can see Astrid going to, you know, being so flexible and still showing that same like general performance. And to me, I couldn't think of any support that would actually like match on that basis of like they're like they are really standing out as a support. And when I am seeing Astrid play support compared to the rest, it's like I can't, just say no to this because when I see Astrid play compared to say anyone else, it's like that's just a whole different level. And that's just kind of for me. That's kind of where I took it, but like obviously other people said no, including himself. So
Alright,
So my answer is a little funny because what I put down as my pick for ADC was Jolly Rogers ADC, but what I
Oh,
meant by
so
that
not
was
Astrid.
Dolo. I meant Dolo, not
Oh,
Astrid.
okay. My bad.
I just think Dolo has looked incredibly good, and actually I've seen more games of Dolo playing than Astrid, so I had to just go with Dolo because I thought that Jolly Rogers had the best bot lane, so I had to go and put a Jolly Rogers player down in bot lane. But I haven't watched as many Astrid ADC games as I have Dolo, so I went with Dolo.
Okay. Well, the overlay should update to Dolo now. Nothing happened here. So, um, so yeah, you actually used your TD slot for Revan. I actually used mine for Kitticus because maybe it's just bias from like historically speaking, playing against TD for so long. I think Kittikit, like you talked about Toxin's contributions to his team and how the team kind of revolves around his performance. But I'm of the opinion that Kittikis has such a deep champion pool and such variety in the types of champions and roles he can play for his team that he actually shows consistency whether or not Toxin is doing well. So
Mhm.
I actually commended that pretty highly when I decided on AD. That's about it for me for that.
I will say, with ADC, at the start of a split, I'm pretty sure if I look back, I put down Kiddicus as likely the strongest ADC. And I still think that they are an amazing ADC, and they're one of the most consistent ones. Dolo just looked like I would be scared matching into Dolo, and Kiddicus, I'm not terrified of matching into, you know?
And finally, I'd like to actually just ask Astrid about Dark Python. Why you think Dark Python is the MVP top, or the decision-making process that had you come to that? Since it seems to be the only one that's kind of off besides me taking Nazghost because so I chose Nazghost because I think that he's like a rock on this Jolly Rogers team, and I think the team doesn't function without him playing a low resource role most games. Like even when he gets carry champions, he doesn't get like a massive amount of resources, and I think any top laner that can consistently perform without resources is more valuable. Like think Impact kind of deal. Like
Yeah.
Impact, like he's a rock for his team no matter what he plays. He plays carries, he plays tanks, he'll do it all, and he's usually not running it down. Usually. But yeah, so that was my mentality. But as for you, Astrid, what brought you to the conclusion that Dark Python over like a Fifi or a Puffin or something?
Like I say, like a lot of my thought process with a lot of my picks was also like people who like look very well on their role, even when their team may have been stumbling or looking the strongest.
Mhm.
I think Dark Python could be kind of made you know, the comment that sometimes he can be a little not very good. But I think that when he was playing good and when he was showing off, like he contributed to a lot of success of his team. He helped a lot of like his team's dynamic and how the team wanted to play. That's mainly why I picked Dark Python. I just for that sole reason that like when he looked good, he looked really good and he was helping his team a lot. So he stand out for me. So that was my reasoning behind my pick.
All right. Now, before we just talk about the featured stream matchup for the night, does anybody have anything else at all they want to contribute? Anybody that was actually I should Pando, you put Minami. You put Elo M as ADC. Why Elo him
Alright.
over like an
'Cause he's the
Astrid or
GOAT.
Kiddicus?
Okay, so there's three reasons. First off, he's a goat. B, when I was doing All Stars team, I was thinking, out of all the players, if you could make a actual team together, what would you put in? And I put all these in. Me was mostly again, like I said, but I think Mane is an ADC. It is I would say he's stable, but again, I've heard it many times, and I agree. He's not gonna be the reason you're gonna win the game, but he's not gonna be the reason you lose the game. He's gonna be in that middle ground where he's stable, and sometimes teams just need a stable ADC who isn't flashy, but he isn't gonna run it down on you. And if you look at the Hyperion Gaming's Hyperion Shield's team, and you see the top side of that, you don't want a flashy ADC, but you also don't want an ADC that's going to run it down on you. And Midnight just kind of fits that puzzle because you had Dark Python, Swag, and Zill and the top side on this team. And if you had a flashy ADC to go on with this, I don't think they would function as well. And with him being that middle ground ADC who's not going to be that flashy, who's also not going to run it down on you, I think he just kind of fits the bill on any team that's looking for that. He's really good at that. And I think there's places where he can obviously improve, but he definitely has that spot for the ADC of like, you just need a really stable ADC, and that's about it. And I think he's just really good at what he's doing when he's kind of play this role. So that's my take on it. You could probably disagree with me all you want, but that's what I stand by.
All right, you once again have defended yourself. Okay, I think that's all right. I'm of the opinion that Mine needs a lot of help in the bot lane to be what we have observed, and I personally think he actually performed better in the mid lane, even though they lost that series. I think Min gave them a run for their money playing mid, and to have such a strong mid laner that is pocketed, like we've said, by the jungler Dean very often, it's actually quite impressive to me to see Min run away with games like he did during the during the Hyperion series with Sun. Especially considering like we've been touting Jug as like being this amazing mid laner that duos with his jungler very well. Or not amazing, but you know, like consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Mine as a mid lane pick would have been a great. I should have done that. That would have been great.
Yeah, I wouldn't even have to change the Hyperion logo. Just put the better Hyperion mid.
True.
True. Yeah, this guy sucks. I mean,
Yeah, this guy Pando, like he's alright. He's alright.
yeah. I mean, he's like below mid at best. I mean, you should look at his team. He went 0-8. Like, come on.
Oh my god. But thank you so much for letting me poke fun at you tonight, Pando. We definitely appreciate you and hope you keep coming either way. But with that being said, we have only a little bit of time left. So let's go ahead and talk about our featured matchup tonight. As soon as Braku could pull up the stats here, I'm pretty sure we unbroke it. Yes, we did. Cool. So both teams have 4-1 records. One team has had themselves an extra week to get a little bit of break. 2 weeks actually, because of our little Halloween escapades here at BOL. So Phantastic Academy is coming off of a 2-week break, not having to play, and then TD coming in hot. Like they took a series to 5 games, but they turned it around, prevented the reverse sweep, and have a lot more games under their belt. Who do we think has the advantage tonight? We'll bring it back up very briefly, and just taking a look at the stats, how does that impact our opinions of the matchup?
I don't think my opinion changes. I think the only thing is, I will say this just for overall TD players. I think the biggest thing is that they did come off with a hard but probably like a good hard win, and they probably have this biggest big triumph going on right now. But there's a big factor here. Phantastic Academy didn't have to do that for the last 2 weeks. They were just practicing, so they're just going into this game with a fresh head and not being off this like huge like victory of like, wow, we really pulled this out with this very close game. And sometimes, especially being the victim of it, sometimes having that just coming off that really hard win, sometimes you get too confident and you really misplay. So if you're a TD player going to this game after that really hard and like respectable win, tone it down and just act like this is your first, this is quarterfinals all over again. But yeah, I don't think it changes, because I think the only thing that it will get a little bit interesting is if TD can find a way to actually just like shut down Fifi. Now that's asking a lot if he's in the top lane, but if he's in mid lane, I think it's a little bit more doable. But if especially in the top lane, if TD can actually find a way to stop him and like halt him, I think it's going to look way more closer than it should be. But if they can't do that, I think it's going to look too favorable for Phantastic Academy. So that's kind of where I stand.
All right, we haven't heard too much from Astrid lately. Does taking a look at the stats change what you think about the matchup at all?
I don't think I do at all. I still think it's gonna be a very close series. I still gonna give the edge to Phantastic Academy. Like having 2 weeks off, you also get to watch the games from last week when TD play against Conduit, so you get a little extra information from that as well. You have more time to plan. You have more time to prepare for this matchup. I think like having lost the last 2 weeks for them, I think before the playoff started was kind of a big hit for them. So they had all this time to like focus on like, hey, what went wrong here? What can we fix going forward to where all these things that happen and give us these 2 losses will change going into the playoffs. So I feel like with that amount of information they have and the time they have off to like work on the stuff that was looking a bit rough for them in the last 2 weeks, they're gonna come a lot faster. They're gonna come a lot stronger as well. Like I think that's the reason why I'm giving Phantastic Academy a bit of the edge. Also, like I said, TD look a bit rough sometimes against Conduit. So yeah, that's mainly what gave me the edge to pick Phantastic over TD. Although I think either team could win.
All right, and I guess last but not least, Trashy. I have just learned that you've agreed to be the other caster tonight. Is that true?
Hey, listen, they were in need. It's been a while since I've done an official cast, that's for sure. So it sounds fun. All right, but here's what I'm gonna say. The biggest worry for me, if you're looking at TD, is this top lane. Okay, Fifi is scary, bro. Just straight up, Fifi is scary, but a little unstable. Fifi can lose you games just like Fifi can. I think having the momentum of winning your way up from losers bracket is a very good thing. It brings confidence, less shakiness, and people tend to play a little looser if they've been going through scrims rather than actual contention series that they're winning. So I think it's going to be a very close series. I think it's going to be very competitive, but I still want to give the edge to TD. But I guess we'll see how it goes down in the game. The way I see TD losing is if Fifi is him, and that's very possible.
All right. And that being said, for anybody who didn't see it in the Twitch chat already, Verinda is actually leading the other two statistics for TD with, I believe, 67.42% KP and a 52.69 player rating. So Verinda making a pretty big splash with less games played. Despite us being on the Hoodie Man train, maybe we'll see if Verinda's playing again. I haven't actually heard which mid laner is playing, so we'll have to see. But with that being said, let's go over and take a quick glance at the one matchup that we want to look at. I believe I set it to be the top lane. So, yeah, let's see if it's working. It is! All right. Oh, wait. Complex? Yeah, Complex is top. Why is his most played Misfortune?
Verinda is playing tonight. We have that right now updated from Verinda. Just keep that in mind.
Okay. For some reason, did Complex like play ADC for part of the season or something? Why is his most played champion listed as Misfortune?
That's they've swapped roles a lot on that team, from what I can tell. So it's very possible he played some ADC.
All right, so I guess that makes sense. We are highlighting a matchup that we've kind of beaten to death. So in the interest of time, we'll just briefly say again, Fifi could be him, but Complex does play champions like Misfortune in the bot lane. Maybe he just plays like Gragas and doesn't let Fifi interact with the game. We'll see. But I do think that I agree with all of you from your comments earlier that the series is going to hinge very heavily on how that mid lane does, as well as how Toxin interacts with the map. We've got Verinda obviously at the top of the stats. It's a little skewed. I'd venture a guess that if Verinda wasn't present, Toxin would probably be highest KP. Toxin would probably have close to the highest player rating, except maybe Kitticus. I feel like Kitticus probably has a pretty high player rating at this point. Oh, and Trashy's
Yeah.
picture. Yeah, so with that being said, everybody, we are a little bit short on time, so I just want to thank the three of you again for joining us tonight, as well as Trashy for volunteering to cover the cast tonight. And yeah, say your goodbyes, everybody. We got one more week left in BOL Gold. Stay tuned, because in 5 minutes or so, we're going to start. So, everyone say your goodbyes.
Bye-bye.
Peace. Thank God we didn't
Peace.
have another Dean jump scare.
Oh my god, never.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Blue Otter League Gold. Tonight we have the semifinals in between TD Wildcard and Phantom Academy. So we're just getting into bans here in Game 1. We see TD banning top laners, going after some more picks, whereas Phantom Academy going after what I would say are junglers, even though you don't see Wukong there as much. Any bans you're really expecting to come through? Trashy?
So really interesting to me is that we didn't get any of the Verinda champions banned. I was expecting to see either a Malzahar or if a Diana band come through. Neither of those came through, and those are like Verinda on both champions is a whole different level of Verinda normally. So it's really surprising those are coming through.
All right. We see first pick a Mumu. With some of those jungle bands trying to get themselves those engage options, keep themselves safe on the side of TD. Guessing we're going to see some sort of jungle answer. Jarvan currently being hovered, and that's locked in. What do you think about that matchup?
I don't think the matchup is too bad because these are both champions that care more about the teams around them than they care about themselves, right? Neither of these are carry junglers for both team-based junglers. They both want to set up for their team. Big thing for me is this is about as comfort as it gets for Toxin. 9 out of 10 games, if you just throw him in and ask him to first pick a jungle, he's going a Mumu. So this is just a very normal comfort start out of TD.
And we're seeing it's looking like Battle of the Wombo combos kind of so far with the Galio Jarvan. Misfortune currently being hovered for TD. And looks like that's going to get locked here with 0 seconds on the clock. It is. So that's already a potent combination. I guess it technically is a flex for this Amumu. It could be a support, but I think we're both kind of expecting it to get towards the jungle here.
Yeah, I will say I find the red side bans to be really interesting because they didn't target any of these players' one tricks. Kitticus is a misfortune player. Like they're like a misfortune Caitlyn player, and that's it. So the fact that they're letting Kitticus get an unanswered misfortune, they haven't banned any of the mid lane's champions. They didn't stop Hoodie from getting his best champion. But vice versa, TD has banned away 2 of Kill's best champions. It really to me it looks like one team has a bit better scouting.
Yeah. Wow, that is a Malphite just blind picked. I'm hoping we see some bans. Let's make it so that he can play his lane. But that's a bit of a call out if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I mean, technically they could get a little interesting with it. They could get a little interesting with it because technically you can roll swap Malphite to mid if you want to, and
Yeah, I
technically
guess.
you can roll swap Galio to support if you want to. So technically they could flip it, but it's a really weird pick if they aren't planning some kind of weird swap.
Yeah, and we just flew through the bans there in the second phase. PA, going for some of those top answers into Malphite, Darius and Silas. TD trying to make sure that the support kind of engage isn't there for some of the more wombo combo stuff. Gets rid of Seraphine and Braum. And PA, Phantom Academy, just picking the Samira into this Misfortune Thresh lane is crazy. All out aggression going for them.
Yeah, I don't think Samir is bad in this bot lane, especially if you pair it with a good support pick. The interesting thing for me though is that Mordekaiser is good into Galio and Malphite. Swapping either of those to top lane doesn't make them a winning lane matchup. So top is going to be really hard for him to win this game, which is interesting because in my opinion, top is probably the weak spot of TD. So wait a minute.
I guess it's Shogath mid time. Saying we want lanes that are good into Malphite.
This is definitely interesting. I don't know how I feel about the Cho'Gath mid approach.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. And we're currently seeing Cassiopeia getting hovered. That I guess you had called it out that we're gonna flex. Maybe it's Gallia support or it's. Yeah, that's a Cassio.
So, the thing is, I don't think Cho'Gath is. I think Cho'Gath is decent into Galio, but I don't think he's amazing. So, I think it's a fine matchup if you're picking Cho'Gath into Galio, but the flex option is there, and now you're just opting into Cho'Gath versus Cass, and I don't see how that's a playable matchup for Cho'Gath.
Yeah, that's one of those top lane matchups that you sometimes play with your Cho'Gath and go, Jesus Christ, my life is misery as Cassiopeia runs you down, spamming Twin Fang on cooldown. So I imagine mid lane it probably plays pretty much the same. I guess it's a little bit of a shorter lane, so maybe it's not quite as all-in threatening. I've played the Galio into Mordekaiser matchup. It's not that bad once you get your MR Sunfire item.
Playable.
Yeah, it's fine, but like Mordekaiser still does beat you. He kind of is designed to beat up on you as a tank. I'm just wondering who PA is flexing to support. Is it this Galio? Is it Malphite support? The silver special?
That's the thing. It could be any of these. And I don't know a lot about Wooly Bully as a player to really soul read which one he's going to go. I mean, if we're just going straight up off of what matchups I think are the best for them, I guess is it Malphite support, really? You want to go Samira Malphite? I think Samira Galio probably makes a little more sense as a duo.
Yeah, that one makes a little bit more. But
I'm gonna be honest. I'm completely lost with this draft.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to actually see where they put these champions before I have any clue what's happening here, because this is definitely an unorthodox draft.
Yeah, I mean, I will say the one thing I like about TD's draft is if they ever lose a smite fight, they have done something horribly immensely wrong. You have Cho'Gath to secure it, you have Mordekaiser to death realm the enemy jungler. If Jarvan ever steals an objective, you have failed as a team. So they have that going for them.
Yeah.
Samira, there's a lot of CC and like answers. I don't know how Samira is ever really going to be able to pop off. Like you have the Amumu combo to worry about. Shogath W is just like this shut off button that you can't really do anything about. Thresh's options.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards TD. I think their draft is definitely a little weird, and I think that they are lacking a little in range damage, but that doesn't really matter because we have a short range ADC and 3 melees on the side of Phantastic. So I'm gonna have to go with TD's comp. I think we have better wombo, and I think that both of these comps rely quite a bit on their ability to get their ults off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of the same way. I'm curious to see again with this PA comp where things are going because there is a lot of variance, but I don't agree with their last 2 picks in this draft. I feel like the Samira and the Casio just cannot play into all of the CC that TD have drafted. So I'm going to give it to TD to take this first game as well.
Yeah, I feel like both teams, their late draft, I was less happy with from their early draft.
Yeah. First 3 picks on both sides, things were going pretty great. The Malphite, little weird, but I was fine with it. But yeah. Well,
Okay.
I'm going to take it to bracket. We're going to send us into game, and we will be back in just a few minutes with game 1 of the series. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We were right. Was Gallia support? So it is Phantastic Academy Starcross on red, and we have TD Wildcard here on blue. Now that we've kind of seen kind of the lanes, what are your thoughts on this? Who's taking it?
I'm gonna be honest. Looking at the lanes, I'm feeling a lot more
Oh.
confident about TD. I don't see why we want to run the Malphite into Mordekaiser here. I just don't see how he survives that. How does Samira play this game into this comp, right? Then, I mean, really, if you're on Fantastic side, you just have to really hope that you hard win lanes here. Like, you need to smoke Cho'Gath in lane. And for Samira to be useful late game into a comp that's this hard for her to even play into, she needs to also have a pretty significant lead.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I have a friend, shout out to Darter Wolf, that I played with in a while on some teams, who is basically a Samira one trick in Emerald, and they would not play Samira if there was 3 champions on the enemy team, no matter what. And those were Alistair, Cho'Gath, and Mordekaiser. And I see 2 of those on the enemy team. So I do not think the Samira is going to have a good time. Interesting to see that, you know, kind of these lanes set up already, and we are going to see this early fighting. That's a flash already.
Yeah, the level 1 Bush Cheese does it again as we get an early flash out of Thresh. He's going to be really vulnerable for the next couple minutes.
Yeah, it's interesting to see kind of these starting items coming out here. Cho'Gath going with this more Comet, this sort of full AP burst build, but still deciding to start with this Doran's Shield. Malphite, I'm pretty sure, is going to be going full AP this game, judging by the fact that they started with a Doran's Ring in top lane.
Yeah, we have... I mean, technically with Malphite, you can do... He can still go tank, but he did go Arcane Comet, which makes me think he's not going. Okay, that's a good hook out of Revan. No, interestingly enough, even though the bot lane started off with a good cheese, they're actually doing pretty well on the health trade so far. They're winning out in a lot of these trades.
Yeah, and the CS. We see Verinda is slowly losing out on HP here, and I'm pretty sure Fifi is going to look for something here pretty soon and just try and burst them out and bully them out of lane and force them to TP back here. See the junglers both clearing towards the bot side of the map this game.
Well, a big thing in this mid lane, when you're playing these melee inter-range matchups, is going to be trading your HP for their mana, right? So what you really have to hope as Verinda is you are able to get this mana out of this cast before she's able to really do your health bar. And I think the first couple levels, they should be perfectly fine for that.
Yeah, you see there is some CS discrepancy going on in mid lane. They're having trouble farming, as you kind of expect early of being, you know, the ranged into melee. But again, across the board, everybody's playing much more towards combat than economy, and we see a great gank coming in here, and that's a great flash, but the hook 2 connects.
Yep, if we get the hook hits into a flash, but then he just gets hit by the Amumu Q. But they're going to try and turn it. Toxin's going low, but so is Wooly Bully. It looks like that's going to be the ADC going down first. Toxin manages to live, and they're going to go for the chase down onto Kitticus.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Kitticus
that is
with
a
a
great time flash.
Yeah, great flash. The barrier. Golden Bob just needs one more hit, flashes under the tower to get it. Is he going to be able to get out? Amumu should have bandage toss coming up soon. There it is, and that's going to be an overall 2-for-1 on the side of TD, which isn't the start we wanted to see for Phantasm Academy.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be pretty tough for Samira. Thankfully, the lane state isn't the worst. We're not missing out on much more than MF is here. But we're also getting a big trade in the top lane as Complex almost has the kill onto kills. He could have gotten risky and forced a flash out for sure.
Yeah, that was a Q flash opportunity there, but decides that he's just going to keep this freeze, take this reset, maybe. You know, maybe we'll wait to see if Malphite TPs. Yeah, there's the Malphite TP. And we see Verinda. Oh, sorry.
I like to look for the skirmish, but here comes the support. That support role makes all the difference because it means that Verinda's going to have to blow that flash.
Yeah, but this is just kind of the worry, right? Is Samira needs to win lane and be lane dominant. That yes, we want this Galio to roam and get these grubs and force these fights, but I don't want Samira to be farming under her tower.
Yeah, exactly. And the worst part is that it's not farming under tower. It's a frozen wave halfway through the lane. Complex is looking for a play topside, but I don't think he has an actual kill angle. But yeah, Samir is actually losing out a lot. If you notice, there was a 4 CS lead in bot before that roam, and now it's almost it's coming up on a 20 CS lead. Probably more like 10 after these couple minions die. But that's just really bad. You're losing out top by 20 CS. You're losing out bot by around
And
10.
that's the all-in top. Mordekaiser pops the death realm. Fifi also able to flash forward and get it after that, thanks to that blown flash. Killers, are they able to live? They were able to flash one of the Mordekaiser
He
Qs.
does have
and
the
I
speed boost.
Yep, runs away with the cheese wheel.
All right, this is what Phantastic needs to see, though. This is what they need to pull this game off. They need Malphite to survive in top lane, and they need Fifi to win mid. So it's a good start for them for sure. The bot is still worrying. Toxin's looking for a play.
Yep, just canceling the back. Some wards getting fought over for here, but this is
That's
a
a good
major
hook.
help. Yeah, that's so much damage getting down. I think they're going to go for that plant there.
But Amumu is in the river. It looks like he's just going to start the Drake, though.
Yeah, curious to
They
see
totally
why
bully
Drake.
blocks.
Yeah,
That's very risky because now, I mean, support's just going to walk up, and this is going to be a tough fight. You're way down in health bars.
yeah,
Yeah,
and that's
support
another
down.
beautiful blandage toss.
But Cass has first move. Golden's gonna die, and it looks like they can't continue this fight. That is just, that's just a painful if you're Visamira here. Late on the rotate, so you're just gonna fall further behind.
Yeah, and it's not like even they have a level lead thanks to this kind of, solo time by themselves or anything like that. You see Malphite with some of the poor man options going for the glowing moat and a refillable potion, just kind of showing how dire this is top lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is bad. I mean, he's down 25 CS at 7 minutes. He's down a full level of XP and a plate. This lane is going to become unplayable if he doesn't get help soon.
Yeah, I just don't. And with the Rylai's coming through soon from Complex, that these chases are just going to get more and more in his favor.
Exactly. Like
if
he has ulti, he's just dead. Or if he has a completed Rylai's, he's just dead. This is just gonna get a harder and harder lane.
Yeah, and
Fifi is doing well though. They're, building a small lead in lane. They do have that solo kill, keeping the pressure up mid lane. But I just don't know what they're gonna do if Kills gets Flame Horizoned here at 15 minutes. If that's what it looks like is gonna happen.
yeah, I mean, Jarvan is up here, and you have both ultimates available for some sort of wombo, but we're going to see Fifi is getting a huge chunk that, misclicks the final Twin Fang.
That is going to hurt. Kills is in trouble. That's going to be the Mordekaiser ult, but there's the Malphite ult back. Complex is going to die for this. No, he isn't, because Toxin hits the CC.
But
He
they
does
are
die.
going to get it back. Yep, the trade. It's Flash. But you know what? I feel like that's just horrible, right? Because now your wave is pushing out. You were denied all that CS while you were getting ulted under your tower. Thankfully, Samir is able to get a plate here, but this isn't what you need. You need these grubs that they were able to get. You see that there is 3 grubs for them, but they need to convert those grubs into plates. Grubs aren't a real objective unless you have some sort of tempo advantage to push with them.
Yeah, and the biggest thing for me is, like, sure, we got the kill back onto our jungler, but at the same time, look at the lanes that are leading. Look at who's ahead on these teams. Mordekaiser has a significant lead in top lane. All right, we have a much smaller, but still a lead in the bot lane onto Kitikis. So the 2 carries on TD's team are ahead. While on the other side, Fifi's ahead, but Samir is just really not doing well in a matchup where you need Samir to be doing well.
Yeah, and we see, it's a while before the next kind of objective spawn, that there's still 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes before this next dragon. So there's no real, major skirmish going to happen where we can see some of the more wombo combo style ults coming out from these 2 teams.
Yeah, exactly. And a good thing is Mordekaiser is going sorry, not Leander. He is going his Rylai's, which means he's going to have his slow. It's going to give him AP, but at the same time, it does help with his tankiness. He's not going to be super squishy this game.
Yeah. You see just these short trades over and over, just letting you build up such an advantage. Toxin pushing in here, trying to establish vision before this next Drake spawns. Kind of able to bully off and keep this tracking on Golden Bob. Are going to see Fifi able to get the Twin Fangs down, and this is how you have to play this matchup. But
Here
Toxin's
comes Toxin. Gets the Q off, bears the ulti, and it looks like Fifi's just dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that has got to hurt. You commit your ultimate there, you think you have that solo kill, and you just go down. It's got to be a mental game for Fifi, because you're watching the rest of your map really suffer. You are the one person who is actively building a lead, and you just get punished by this really fed Amumu.
Yeah, and it kind of sucks to say, but that's how Fifi's got to play. They got to try and 1v9 this game at this point. Like, your top laner is going to be an Arbot. They don't have a use other than that. A Samira who has just completed their first item doesn't even have basic boots done. I don't think that you can really even contest this dragon, even though you really need to. We are going to see Bully start putting down some vision, trying to sweep it out. We see Toxin starting up there, trying to get these grubs.
Yeah, that is going to be, a good thing for TD, grabbing this second round of Krugs. But honestly, I feel like as a team, this Phantastic squad needs to play more for Fifi. Like, this is the lane that can win you this game, and you need to make plays for him. And that's exactly what they're looking to do here with the Galio. But this is going to allow TD to actually rotate down. It's going to be a full team fight.
Yeah, it's looking like, the dragons spawn, but we're going to have a full 4v4, and I don't know if you want this. Malphite is completely out of this. That's going to be forced flash away from your support, and if they get out with just that, I think that's almost a win for them. Bad as that was.
Yeah, I mean, they could have forced it very quickly and tried to win it before the rest of the team could reinforce, but they just don't have the vision control to even know that they had for at least a few seconds that man advantage. But here's Kittikis way out of position, and they're gonna go for the kill.
Yeah, just gonna drop that cage. Barrier dropped. Kittikis is gonna go down here to this Samira. That is a big for them with this dragon upcoming, but are you able to live on the back end of it? There is a huge shutdown on this Amumu if they're able to live, and Fifi is here, able to put down this DPS. Toxin is going to drop this Ignite. Kill does go to Wooly Bully. That is a hook, but you don't really want this. You want out. What are these guys doing going forward? All right, I'm going to get out. I mean, that's something for the side of the Phantom Academy. I'm unsure if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, Complex is going for the kill.
Yeah, props this all. Oh,
he's
it's
in
so
danger.
close.
He takes so many tower shots there, and now
is the cheese wheel?
What is Kill doing? Oh, he looks for the cheese wheel and just gets punished. He should have just taken the win he had. What are we doing, my man? I understand it. You're really stressed out. You see yourself losing the lane. You're like, if I get this cheese wheel off, I can bring it all back. But you just can't. You can't do that.
Yeah, the seismic shard range is not that big. Oh, Wooly Bully doesn't have flash and is walking a very dangerous way, but thankfully doesn't get caught by this CC and is able to keep alive. We see plates have fallen. There is a slight gold lead for TD Academy, a couple thousand gold, but nothing really that huge and decisive. Most people are kind of even towards their first items here, other than this giant top lane.
The big thing, though, is Phantastic should be ahead early with this draft, right? Like, this isn't a draft where you want to be playing from behind. So they're going to have to play to try and find themselves advantages here, or this game can really easily get out of control.
Yeah, it's the point of you need to spike kind of right now. And we see, yeah, like you were talking about, this Cho'Gath just building straight MR at this point. Mercury Tread's done, working towards that MR Sunfire item. The
To be
Moo
fair,
is go for it.
wait a minute. No, I gotta call out Thresh real quick.
Mhm.
Brother, my brother.
Mhm.
Look at the enemy team. We have all this AP and you're building armor boots. Why are we all building armor boots? I feel like I'm
Yeah.
more worried about the cast than I am about any other damage source in this game. And you're worried about the CC. Why are we buying armor? Why are we buying 3 tabbies?
I wasn't really going to say it. I don't think Samira is going to really auto you very much. She's pretty much just going to rely on her, spells to hurt you. We do see this Rylai's completed, and that's how these trades are going to go now, that Complex is able to just kind of run towards killers and just make sure that he can't escape easily unless he has that speed boost from the Seismic Shard, aka Cheese Wheel. We do see, this tower looks like it's about to go down bot lane.
I do want to say the unspoken hero of the game, this Thresh, the unkillable Thresh, the only person on the game without a death yet.
Yeah.
We'll see how long he keeps that one going for.
Interesting to see that that was a Herald committed. That is a catch, though, onto Woolly Bully.
Really good engage. We're going to try and reinforce it, but I think it's just too late.
Yeah.
I also don't think we needed to commit the MF ulti there, but overall it's still a winning play, and Complex is just going to keep bullying this top side.
Yeah, and it's kind of a really bad time to be going down. Sure, there isn't any objective up right now, but it's so close to this dragon being up, and you need this kind of time and tempo to get something for your Samira to get an advantage going into this fight. Because you certainly can't win a straight 5v5 at this point.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think Samir is a win con at this point. I think that the win con is Cass. I think Cass is the only person who actually has the damage output. You really need to win this.
I mean, I do kind of agree, but Cass at this... Oh, that was a misclick, I think.
That was one of the teleports of all time, for sure. But I mean, it's just one of those games. Like, you're at 15 minutes, you've gotten no help, you've been pushed in all game. I'd be frustrated too. And frustration leads to big mistakes. And you're seeing it here. I mean, you're down 70 CS at 17 minutes, man. This is unplayable.
As someone who was forced to play this matchup in Game 5 of Fearless, I felt the same way as this Malphite. And it's just what you can do with it, right? You're still Malphite. You still have an unstoppable ult that can knock out 5 people if you're able to get it to combo with the Galio. It's kind of at this point that you just need to sack your lane and just become an alt bot and roam and just look for the play, for the one play.
We are looking for the hook there. They are going to look. Not really for much. I'm just poking around, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see this, that I really want them to let this Cho'Gath reset. Like, he does have teleport to get back here, but are we really going to look for this 5v5 here?
I mean, TD is feeling really strong and they can force it. Wooly with an interesting flash that's just going to guarantee his death. A good engage by kills, but it might be too little too late.
But we see Fifi is on the... Fifi is just on the side, ripping them to pieces. I mean, Samir got some damage off as well. And
yeah, but the raid boss is still standing as this Mordekaiser has taken no damage in this fight. He's just walking down Fifi. And that is going to be almost a full wipe for TD there. A valiant play. I do like the fact that they smoked down Kitticus quick, but they just needed to better protect Fifi. Fifi needed to stay alive longer in that fight.
Yeah, that fight was, really not well coordinated. Bully wanted to go in, and his Golden Bob was trying to get out, right? You just need to play this at the same point, get it together, and get the lockdown. I mean, I want us to see Jarvan getting used more towards this Mordekaiser and this Cho'Gath, just not allowing them to smooth and get that combo with the Cassiopeia Miasma, so you're able to just lock them in the cage and just shoot them down like fish in a barrel.
Yeah, I feel like if we hadn't had Wooly get that weird mess up with Wooly in jungle, that fight would have been a lot better. And Wooly's on the run now. He's got to pop the ult, and it's just another struggle. Down 6K with this comp feels really hard to play.
Yeah, and like I kind of alluded to or talked about before, your team should never ever lose a smite fight. So it's not like you have to 50-50 a Baron, right, to close this game out. As long as you have vision on the enemy team, you know, you have Cho'Gath ult plus smite combo, or you can just, you know, Mordekaiser R this, get Jarvan, and that Baron's free. So it's going to be really hard now for Phantasm Academy to close this game together.
And the biggest thing is that TD isn't in a position where they have to force a close. They can take their time and play this methodical if they want to, because they have plenty of scaling. They don't have to worry about the Samira outscaling them all.
Yeah.
I mean, the only late game damage threat really is this Cash. Samira late game isn't going to be able to deal with Mordekaiser, Amumu, Cho'Gath, Thresh. Even just pure damage-wise, she's not going to be able to get through that. Never mind dealing with their massive amounts of CC.
Yeah, and it's, you know, the items are kind of coming through and we're seeing the builds. I'm not really loving what I'm seeing a lot of ways. Cassiopeia kind of forced to build these items to give themselves this survivability, and you know, while they need it, they need the damage to kind of carry this fight. We need to see, you know, some of this mage burn and those, you know, Leandries come out, or you know, but
yeah, we do have a more defensive Cass build coming through. I think Cass needs to very quickly get that burn damage, though. I mean, I don't see them getting through this front line otherwise, because Samir is just not a great source of damage.
yeah, you know, Jarvan building as he always does, kind of this bruiser kind of build. Good to see. Not sure why Mumu is stacking armor currently. Would love to see more MR. I think Abyssal Mask should definitely be his next purchase. That item goes crazy this game.
Yeah, I do like Mordekaiser's build, though. This is
Yeah.
the classic bruiser Mordekaiser. He's not going super tanky, and he's not going, you know, straight damage. He's going that bruisery build where he's got the Rylai's for extra health. He's got the lifesteal. And then he's going to go, you know, some extra damage, some extra tankiness, a bit of both to keep himself from being... I mean, as long as you have a little bit of tankiness, for Samira isn't going to be able to do a ton from his position.
Yeah, but we do see this might be a catch here onto Revan. No one else is here. They've used kind of everything.
They don't have a lot of time, though, and here comes the collapse. Wooly's in trouble. He's not able to ult out, and he's just gonna die here. And that's just gonna be a Baron, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, it gets started. I mean, Fifi's gonna get this bot lane tower to give themselves something, but, you know, it's the hero play moment for Jarvan.
Yeah, this is everyone else go do something and let Jarvan run for it. But hold on, they might be able to kill Revan. And that is just not looking so hot. Kills pops the ulti in. Samira's on the edge. She gets the ult off and gets silenced. Why are we opting into this fight? Why are we teleporting Fifi in? Why are we committing Samira? Just let the Jarvan go for the steal. Let him die. Instead, you might have just lost the whole game right there.
Yeah, this should be this tier 2 mid going down. You know, just tanking it for fun in their face. Another catch. I don't know if Fifi's going to be able to do anything. I think this might lead to them dying. Complex is low, but Fifi gets hooked. That's great.
There's the hook into the Ian. Toxins on him. I mean, this is just so hard to play out as the damage carries from Phantastic. Yeah. They have so many ways to get onto you, and you don't have enough damage to really burn through them here. Especially with how far behind you guys, the team as a whole, fell in the early stages of the game. It gets really tough.
Yeah, and this is a 10k gold lead at 25 minutes, basically. Dragon spawning in 13 seconds. I guess you have to fight this. You know, you can't, but at the same way, if you don't fight this and don't get these Barons off, and you lose these more towers, the game's just over if that happens. So I'm expecting Phantasm Academy to just look for something here, go for some sort of hero play, but instead we see them more towards the top side of the map. You know, Gallia's nowhere near. Cassio is just trying to clear mid, just trying to get the side lane farm, I guess, is their win here.
Yeah, the way I see it, as Phantastic, there's two important things. One, you got to slow down the pace of the game. Even though this is a game where you don't really win off scaling, when you are just losing play after play after play, you can't keep the pace so fast because you're just going to keep bleeding that exact same way. And until you get a little gold onto this cast, you're not going to be able to do anything this game. So I think they need to buy a little time, try and pick up an objective bounty here or there, but they're just going to get engaged on, and they're going to look for the end. DP is in trouble. There goes Fifi popped early, and I don't think they have damage to do anything about this fight anymore. There goes support, ADC's gone, and I think it's just over. They can force an end here, for sure.
Yeah, this should be just the game gone. I mean, that's kind of what I mentioned. You just can't win anymore. The wallets are just way too big. That, you know, despite Cassio building these defensive items and trying to make sure that they could, you know, exist on the front line and utilize their short range burst, they just got absolutely melted. Didn't matter about the shield. You know, sure, that's a great ult.
That's a good ult by Kills, but it feels like it might just be a little... Wait a minute, but defense is coming in. There's another pickup kill by Kills. Toxin might just go down here. Wooly Bully is still standing, but here comes the damage carries spawning in now. They can't end. Oh, that is a huge overstep and a great punish by Kills to keep them in the game.
Yeah, I mean, he still has flash as well for the next play to do it, and he's bought his Malignance. The AP's coming in. You've just got to do that again.
I mean,
right?
that's such a huge play. I mean, it helps the mental of the team out a lot, right? When you're really down, just losing fight after fight after fight, it feels really bad, and it can get hard to concentrate. But when you find a play like that, you pick up a couple kills, and just outright win a fight that should have been game-ending. It really helps bounce the mentals back, and will keep you, more motivated for game 2. Another thing to mention though is that this Thresh is still him. I mean, he still hasn't died this game. Only one with no deaths.
Yeah. I mean, that's true. They're keeping themselves safe. They're giving these kind of crucial lanterns to keep Kitticus as well fairly healthy in most of these fights. And they've landed some pretty nice hooks.
Yeah, I will agree. He's done pretty well, and he's got pretty solid KP. I mean, he's second most KP on the team, least deaths in the whole game. He's playing extremely well today. I'm definitely not just hyping him up because he was my pick for support. Kills is in danger though, forced to burn the flash and ult, and those are just the massive team fighting of things you need for this team. That Kills ult is so impactful. And now he's chunked out, forced to back, but they're going to look for the dive.
Yeah, I'm wondering. There is some time for damage to come out, but Fifi is not here. So you just kind of got
to... just plays for the tower instead of a fight.
I mean, the Baron is gone here, so this siege can't continue forever.
And they do have enough damage to kill a siege.
Yeah. There's not a lot of wave clear for the side of Phantastic Academy, but there is enough. That is a great hook in, and that's the MF ult over the top that's just going
and they haven't hit their wombo very much this series because they've just been winning so hard, but there they get the angle. A huge ult by Samira, but there you see it. Exactly why we said Samira's not a great pick. Samira finds an amazing angle for an ult, but it doesn't matter because these champions are too tanky to kill. They've got too much gold on you, and they have too many ways to stop you from playing the game.
Yeah, and that's just going to be, this one turret's all they need. Those go down, and that's just going to be the end of the game here. TD Wildcard going to start this series up 1-0 over Phantastic Academy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a painful game 1, but it's game 1 out of a 5-game series. There's so much time to bounce back. And honestly, I think that a lot of it is that they need to step back, reevaluate the draft a little, because you're giving 3 of these 3, maybe 4. I don't know Revan's champ pool very well, but 3 of these players are getting their best champions Like, just straight up, their top champions. Mordekaiser, Amumu, MF. I can't think of any champions I would like if I made a sheet of what these players play. Those would be the top 3 for this TD roster. So I think that there's a lot of time to come back here. There's a lot of moments that showed that they have faith. Kill showed that he still has the confidence to look for that play, that game-saving play there, that save for Nexus, right? Fifi showed that they are a very strong laner. They are able to punish mistakes. And Samira also showed that they're able to find angles to jump in, to put some damage out. I think the draft was really really painful to play through here. And I think with a better draft, with clear heads, they can come back and make this a very close series.
Yeah, I do as well. We're going to throw it to a break here while these teams get into draft, discuss what side that TD is going to take this to and how they're going to play it out. We'll see you in a few. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're just starting with draft of game 2 of this series. Phantom Academy decided they were going to stick on the red. See a bit of a band change up here. Wukong's still coming through, but they decided to get rid of the MF for Kitticus. TD going with their same 3 first bands in their first rotation here.
I do like the switch up from Phantastic. I think Kitticus's best champ is the Misfortune. So that's just an improvement straight up because we're denying the best champion from the enemy team's ADC. But TD's
Yeah.
just going to stick with their tried and true B1 Amumu.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not broken, why not? Right? Still works. To see Phantastic Academy going to go for another tank jungler. Last time it was the Jarvan. This game they're going to go for the Skarner. Offers a bit of a faster clear. And they're going to take Kog'Maw. Okay.
That's
This
interesting.
It's technically a flex. Kog'Maw mid is a champion that kind of works into some longer range poke and some of the more traditional mages that you see a lot of. But it's probably a bot lane pick, I'm imagining.
Yeah, I'm assuming the Kog'Maw is going to be bot lane. I think Ashe is a decent answer into it, and Kitticus is a pretty decent Ashe player.
Yeah. Kog'Maw, again, just kind of the DPS check champion. If his W is on, run away from him. He's going to beat you in a fight. W's off, fight him, kill him. Ashe, kind of the queen of utility. Going to be able to make sure that Kog'Maw isn't able to fight on his own terms. I think Thresh is probably another fine answer here again. We are going to see that come in here for TD. Just make sure that they can reposition people who've been, dragged away by Skarner and keep themselves safe. Give yourself that flay option when Skarner's coming through walls and the hooks. And again, just a lot of CC, going to try and make it hard for Phantasm Academy to play these, really high carry, really micro-intensive champions like they were last game.
Yeah, I mean it's the tried and true TD method of easy to execute. That's like for if you ask Toxin at any point what to draft, his answer is going to be the easiest champion to play, and that's exactly what he did. Now, is that always going to work? No, but I think it's good here. Another thing though, I think Lulu's a great choice for Kog'Maw.
Yeah, Cog Lulu, kind of the OG Juggernaut combo. Really, really powerful together. Kind of gives Kog'Maw some of those items and those stats that he desperately needs. Giving him attack speed and movement speed and shields and safety. That I really like that pick here. Great to see it. See, Phantasm Academy is going really hard into these top lane AP bans. They've gotten rid of Mordekaiser. There's a ban. TD going to take away Mundo here, trying to make sure that there isn't just a giant meatball that will ignore all of their CC. I wonder what Phantasm Academy is going to go for next. Are they going to go for another AP top laner ban? The Singed or something along those lines? And they're looking again at that Malphite or maybe taking away Silas? No, we're going to take away Diana, which you had mentioned was one of the main picks for their mid laner on the side of TD.
Yeah, I do like taking away the Diana from Veranda. Veranda just loves the Diana, especially if they have a counter pick angle. So if you're planning to blind mid, then you're gonna want to take away this Diana. If you're planning to counter pick mid, then I would have left the Diana up. But I think after last game, where you saw the top laner heavily struggle, I would be saving my counter pick to protect my top laner here.
Yeah, I imagine that's what they're going to do and take a blind pick mid here. Kind of the usual culprits are open and all the control mages of, Syndra and whatnot. But we're going to see a Smolder. Okay. Late game insurance for sure.
Yeah, that's late game insurance, and it can also play mid lane. I think we will likely see it mid lane here.
I'm imagining that's where it's going to go as well currently.
So TD is just doing I'm gonna be honest, this is the most classic draft strategy I've ever seen. Okay, you have the Ashe Thresh bot lane, you've got the control mage mid, the tank jungle. It's just a classic like 2021
Yep.
LCS draft. So and it's very easy to execute champions across the board. Phantastic has a slightly harder team draft to play, but I still think it's a rather effective one. I think it's definitely better than the last game. Gragas isn't a terrible way to draft it out, but I feel like we're heavily angled into AP damage.
Yeah, I'm thinking they're just taking Gragas as just kind of the I am not going to get counterpicked top lane answer. Gragas just kind of neutralizes almost every single matchup he plays. I'm hoping PA has some sort of pick kind of ready for this. Shen is what they are going to decide to go with. Not a classic Gragas counter, but just kind of gives that safety, that shield, the ability to get the Smolder or Cogma if they get caught to keep them safe and keep them healthy.
I think Shen is fine. I don't really love the Shen here. I think that his kit itself is a little lacking for what you want, but I don't think it's terrible. I think that the ultis are great. It gives him a lot of ability to impact these lanes and have effect on the map. But I don't know. I just feel like TD is going with such easy to execute comps. I mean, Phantastic just has the harder comp across the line. Like, Gragas is going to be easier to play than Shen. Amumu is slightly easier to play than Skarner. Victor is easier to play than Smolder mid. Of an Ashe Thresh is about, as calm of a bot lane as it gets. I guess Thresh is a little harder than Lulu, but other than that, it feels like a really easy to play TD team comp again.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm hoping that this is kind of Kog'Maw mid. Kog'Maw is great into Victor, that you're able to outrange kind of all of his wave clear, and it just becomes kind of a nothing burger lane if you both scale to 3 items and then try and one-shot people. I don't feel like Ashe Thresh is going to be able to, really pressure this Smolder bot, but Smolder is generally played mid lane as he's able to get more stacks because he's able to play more aggressively and look for, his attacks and everything onto characters when they burn their more foreign things. So it's probably going to be Smolder mid. I'm just really unsure on PA. Like, your engage is basically non-existent. It's not there. You were playing for You were playing for Lulu and Shen to keep whoever TD going and try and like burst. Right? That TD is just going to go in with this Amumu Victor, and they're just going to try and annihilate somebody. And PA is playing, we're going to protect one person and make sure they live through your burst. And if the fight isn't immediately over, we're going to win.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I think TD has by far the easier to execute comp. They have very well defined win cons. They have very well defined ways to start a fight, and they do have, you have Amumu, Thresh, and Gragas who can all act as engages for you on this team. You have the Ashe Arrow, which can also be used as a form of engage. Then your biggest issue though with this team is you're really heavy into AP damage, into not the squishiest comp of all time. I mean, you have Skarner, Shen, depending on the Cog build, it could be a tank Cog mob, it could be a little psycho. So I think TD has its weaknesses, but overall, I just have to favor this comp setup.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I keep trying to talk myself into like PA team more and more, but I don't think it's there.
I mean,
how is Smolder going to play these fights, right? Like, when does Smolder ever get to auto somebody? Ever? There's just way too much CC again on the side of TD.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the range is definitely a factor. I mean, you have Victor E, which has really strong range compared to like Smolder. Your advantage is that Kog'Maw's got decent range, but that doesn't matter when Skarner, Shen, Lulu, and Smolder, like none of them have solid range. We're going to get outranged by by Victor pretty hard. Then the second you go close range, you just get a Mumu ultied, or Gragas CC'd. It's just kind of tough to play out here.
Yeah, I feel like this Skarner is not going to have a good game on the side of people. Like, no flame towards jungle or anything, but like, Shen is never going to be anywhere near you, right? You're going to be the one like solo walking into fights by yourself to face check for your Kog'Maw, Lulu, Smolder. Shen is not R'ing you. Lulu is not R'ing you.
Yep.
You're just going to get, a Mumu bandage tossed into the face and to be sitting on a gravity field. That like, you need to rush Merc Treads as soon as possible. As horrible as that is in jungle, like you need those so badly this game. It's crazy. This is the game when you're yelling at Riot that they have tenacity runes. Basically,
Yeah,
Skarner.
the way I see it is one of the reasons that TD has historically been really good at winning low elo tournaments is that they tend to heavily emphasize like easy to play, easy to win. You pick the easy stuff with easy win cons, and it's easier to win. And I agree with that, right? Like in higher elo, I would be a lot more interested in this Phantastic team comp. But in low elo, I feel like just easy to use comps just have such an advantage. You don't have to think as much of what you're specifically doing. You don't have to think as much about, oh, how are we gonna find an opening into this fight? Our only real form of engage is like Skarner running at them. You don't have to think about that because you're just like, I'm a Mumu. I think we win this. Press Q, and you just start the fight.
Right. I definitely agree in some ways. It is the case though, you kind of got to say, right, if this game goes, the 40-minute mark, PA's probably going to win, right? Their scaling is like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if they are able to drag this game out, but that's another thing I like to point out. It's not that I think I like scaling. Scaling is really good, but scaling tends to struggle when you don't have a way to really interact with the game early. It's Smolder, Kog'Maw, Shen in the early game, they're really gonna struggle to do much at all, and they are at risk of getting run over. I don't think that's how this is gonna go. I think this game's gonna go relatively long, since in gold games tend to go fairly long anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. But I just find it really hard to win team fights with this comp.
Yeah, but that's what the game's for. We'll wait and see. We're going to send it to break for just a couple minutes here, and we'll see you when it gets back into game 2 of our semifinals. Yeah, we're live into this game. Seeing a pause has just is loading in. Hopefully, we're able to get this resolved, and it's just a case of somebody's in the bathroom or something, and not, oh my god, I took the wrong runes. Don't think that's the case. Everybody's runes and choices seem fairly correct on both sides. So, you're heavily in the TD camp on this game, correct, Trashy?
Yes, I am in the TD camp this game. I mean, I see them having really good options to pull it back. It just feels like it's a pretty hard to figure out comp.
Yeah. I kind of agree with you in most ways. Like I said, if this game does go late, Phantasm Academy should win, but there's just kind of that threat of the dive options and everything are there and side of TD. And I feel like they're probably going to take this game somewhere around the 30-minute mark.
Um,
But
yeah, I think this will be a 30 to 40-minute game. I'm going to favor TD. Just I I may overdo it, but I just really really prefer easy to play comps.
yeah,
And Red side has a comp that on paper is really good. Like Kog'Maw smolder damage is huge. Skarner's a really good champion. Then you have Shen there to cover for positioning mistakes. But at the same time, it really requires you to be the first person to these objectives, so you force the other team to walk into you. And if there is ever a situation where you are walking to them, you just always lose. And they can win a good chunk of a fight if they're walking to you just by hitting an Ash ult or a Mumu hitting a big flash Q. So it just feels like it doesn't feel like a low elo comp, and I don't really like that.
okay. Any item choices or anything that you really want to see this game? Merc Treads, of course, I was talking about in pregame. I really want to see Merc Treads on the side of Phantasm Academy, especially for the Shen and Skarner. I think they're like needed. It's not a debate if you want steel caps, it's you need Merc Treads.
Yeah, I think that MR is going to be huge here. That is TD's main weakness. Is their only source of AD damage is coming out of this Ashe. And Ashe, like, she does damage, but she's not solo AD champion style damage. You know what I mean? It's just not. She's not dealing quite that level. So MR is going to be big here for both teams. Honestly, MR is not bad, but mostly for the side of Phantastic, you're really gonna want to see MR come out of them. For the side of TD, there's a lot less of a worry about one-sided damage because Phantastic is going to have Shen AD, Skarner AD. You are going to have Smolder damage. Then you have AP Cog. Then Lulu AP. So they have more mixed damage than TD does, which is their main advantage. So my biggest thing is just seeing MR come out of Phantastic.
Yeah. I'm hoping we kind of see a bit more of an aggressive Shen build. Was looking at the stats before this game, and it is kind of more of a classic Gragas counter. They're able to just kind of sustain your way through the early game, block Gragas's, kind of uh, combos of the barrels and the phase rushing out that he isn't able to kind of get you low and keep that push kind of up. Um, Hoping that this Shen is going to be able to be a sideline threat as this game goes on. Um, and I think we're just going to send this to a break until the game starts while we wait for to figure this out. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes when we know more. Hello, everyone, and we are finally back. Just some disconnection issues happening for some players on the side of TT, but we are all good. We're in game, ready to start it up. So, reminders, this is game 2 of this series. It's a best of 5 tonight. TD Wildcard are on the blue, and we have Phantasm Academy on red. And TD took game 1.
I think the good thing is with a delay like this, it gives a little time for Phantastic to relax, get out of your stress, and we're gonna see how they play this out. I think that their goal is to drag the game out and not have as fast of a paced game as they did in the last one, and we'll see if they're able to pull that off.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Phantastic is going to kind of forego the grubs, get rid of those, go, we don't need those, and try and get one of these 2 first early dragons on the side in game to try and help that out with. Is kind of interesting, this game, all of the scaling options and whatnot, but these lanes still are fairly volatile. Jen has a lot of early kill threat. We are going to see. Oh, the hook doesn't connect here.
I mean, they don't find much bot lane, but that's, all right. The big question early on is going to, in my opinion, be around mid. Because if Verinda is unable to keep this Smolder from popping them stacks, they're going to be in trouble late.
Yeah, we are seeing that was the Q start on Victor. It's kind of not normal. Most of the time, Victor starts that E. And there is just, the kind of classic trading going on. But yeah, just being able to pressure the Smolder whenever he walks up to try and get those Q stacks to get that CS and everything. Probably going to try and check in every 5 minutes or so with Smolder just to see how well that stack game is going. Do you see level 2 is hit early here, but nothing really going to come with it bot lane.
Alright, Beefy is going to get chunked a little more, but that's okay, because they're doing well in CS and they're getting their stacks early on.
Yeah, has burned the potion, and they have that teleport to get back there in case things are going wrong. You see Shen is pushing in top lane on the side of Phantasm Academy as well, and both junglers again pathing, doing their full clears down towards this ball lane, looking for this kind of 3v3.
Yeah. Would also be
Sven.
pathing bot. I think that top is not going to be super volatile this game. I don't think either team has to worry about their top struggling or getting killed super crazy early. But lane with the most volatility is going to likely be either mid or bot. I'm leaning more towards mid, but I feel like as a jungler, I just find bot a lot easier to gank, especially with a champion like a Mumu where you just Q in and now the whole team goes in.
Yeah, there is probably going to be somewhat of this mid lane after Smolder is kind of able to pick up some of these minions down there. But, kind of everything is even right now. Both junglers have kind of finished their full clear. Mumu a little faster on it. Gets Lantern in. Not sure if anything's going to help this. Maybe we get a Lulu.
Oh, there's the flash. And, alright, we're going to trade a flash for a Hex Flash. And neither side is going to get much done there.
I think that was Thresh's real flash. And
oh, yeah, it is. It is his real flash, you're right. But he does have Hex Flash, so it's not quite as bad.
Yeah, Skarner able to get that Scuttle Crab in the meanwhile. Sitting and able to clear out this ward as well. So it's going to mean that, Kididis doesn't have to play a little bit safe right now.
And this is actually not a bad lane state for Fifi. It's hard for Verinda to back here, but they're low on the ability to fight in this lane. They're not going to be able to pressure Fifi very well until they get a back off, but with the way the lane is stuck, they can't really back.
Yeah, and we see Amumu kind of forced to be dragged up here. The complex 1 mana kills does have most of their resources available. That is a nice bandage toss, but not really going to amount to much. Just make sure that this lane gets pushed out, kind of delaying this Amumu.
I mean, Gragas was out of... Wait, we're going for the fight here? And Golden Bob has the counter. They're not going to get a ton done, I don't think, but... I mean, still, that was just kind of a weird angle for Amumu to look for there.
Yeah, but I don't really like this Golden Bob is really denying themselves the chance to kind of get ahead here. They had this time to kind of start their second clear and really start getting ahead. They had reset early. Looking for the Hearthsteel, I'm guessing, with that first item by there, whereas Amumu is again going towards this Faded Ashes early, as we saw last game. Just clear up their... Give them that clear speed advantage, try and get some of that damage going.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a they do have a tempo advantage for sure still, right? He's a camp ahead. He got his first back off, of course, so he does have a tempo advantage, but it's not huge. Though I feel like he kind of had to respond top there because there was actually a significant danger for Shen to die there if he doesn't respond.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like it was on your Shen to just go, I can sit under this tower and collect this wave here.
Very true. And looks like Toxin is going to go ahead, grab those Void Grubs. They will be very useful for his team there because they're going to want to have, pushing pressure early on, for sure.
Right. Hopefully we do get Skarner once he kind of sees that notification on the map with the going down, is able to start this drag, or if they're just going to go straight up there once they have finished this clear. See, Grubs have finished the clear done. Are we going to look for a gank here? Kitticus is stepping up just as the Skarner is here. Yeah.
Kitticus is in trouble. He's chunked out. Golden Bob is coming in, but he doesn't get the ADC. He's in danger of dying himself here, actually, but he's going to get out. That is a flash burn by Kitticus, though, and Barrier. And Ignite, so we have no sums bot lane for the side of TD. In return, Golden Bob is going to lose flash, and Wooly Bully is going to pop heal. Overall, I think that is a good play for the side of Phantastic.
Yeah, and I'm not sure this Skarner can do this dragon with his HP like this. I mean, your bot lane is starting to rotate up here, but Fifi Toxin decides he's going to go for this mid lane play instead of contesting this dragon. Just going to trade flashes there.
Complex is in danger, though. He could theoretically die here. There's the flash for flash, and I think that that really makes sense. If Complex doesn't flash fair, he dies for sure.
Yep. And just kind of good plays.
They are split though, and Fifi has first move. That means TD is in some danger, but a huge ultimate by Toxin to buy time.
Yeah, but here's Shen. He's able to land this taunt. This Ashe has no way to get out. Amumu's going to go in, try and get this kill. They are able to secure the dragon. Rinda with no MR. No mana.
Fantastic, that is exactly how you have to win this game. You need Shen showing up to these fights because that's how you win. You need TD to overstep, walk into you, and you guys punish them from the fact that your comp is just sitting Fifi.
Yeah.
That was a little over-ambitious, my guy. He was feeling himself a little, but that's okay, because he is keeping up the fight. But overall, a good series of plays coming out of Phantastic that gives them an early advantage with a very well-strung scaling comp. Definitely going to set them on the path for this series.
Yeah, we are even able on Golden Bob's side to do a little counter jungle as well on our way out, which is huge. Wonder if Toxin is going to go top lane and try and get some of this. Is probably going to be fairly risky. He'd have to pass straight there, and Killers should be winning this top lane push from now on as well.
Yeah, Kills is definitely going to be stronger in this lane. But, I mean, they are still, health items. The more important thing, though, is Golden Bob is looking to re-gank bot. It doesn't matter if he gets a lot done here. It just matters that he's putting pressure. And meanwhile, Kills he's looking for the kill.
Yeah, I was about to say, he is just building health items. Shen does scale with those. It does do a lot of damage. That Hearthsteel is probably coming soon. That's the Gragas ult first out just to try and break this freeze that kills his setup. This is not looking good.
Oh, but we do get the hook off, but not a lot is going to happen. Phantastic should be looking for a back bot lane here for kind of and, Kills is just going to try and keep the pressure up. But trading in that big of a wave, I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah.
A good hook comes out, and Wooly Bully is going to be in trouble. He pops the ulti and the flash, but is he going to get out? It looks like it.
Yeah, but
But-
that's going to be a
oh,
trade
right, yeah.
back.
That's a 1-for-1, but it looks like it's going to be a 2-for-1 as Kitticus is in trouble here. That is a 2-for-1. In comes a Mumu, but I don't think he's going to be able to get anything done.
Yeah.
And
Does
just,
have the Curse of the Sad Mummy available. Land that hook, but nothing going to really come for it. Fifi flapping forward. Verinda going to pop the ultimate and try and get them off of themselves. But yeah, Kog'Maw starting to become huge. Already building towards... I'm thinking this is Blade of the Ruined King. They're just going to go that full-on hit build.
this is what you want as Phantastic here, right?
Yeah.
You have you do have a harder to play comp in team fights significantly, but TD is just really playing the map poorly. They're playing pretty cocky in my opinion. They're getting punished for it. Fifi is in trouble though. It looks like they might go down here. And it goes to the Victor, exactly where TD wants that damage.
And Shen just ulted onto the Skarner doing grubs. I think that might have been a little bit of a misclick there, maybe?
Yeah, but Skarner it can be in trouble. Amu is going to force him out of there, and he is going to pick up.
Yeah, he got 2.
He got 2 of those. That means 5 voids for the side of TD.
4.
Is it 4? I thought he got the first
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, so he just got 1 there.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he only got 1.
Yeah, you can see up at the top.
I thought you were saying that TD got 2.
Yeah, no,
That's right.
all good. Skarner gets 2, able to kind of deny that really big Void Grub burst of the 6 coming in. Kills going in again for some of these plays. Don't really know if he's going to get anything there, but...
A little ambitious, but here comes Golden Bob. But Amumu's here for the counter punch. But I don't think they have enough damage to really do a ton to Golden Bob here. And he's going to pull him under the tower. Kills is going in. That's going to be a pop. And Complex is in danger.
Yeah, and the Hearthsteel's going off, the flash forward. That was a major overstep, and that's just more gold flooding in, just dragging this game out for the side of Phantastic Academy.
Yeah, and again, we see something that's also been an issue with TD throughout the entire split. They get they get overzealous, they get a little cocky, and they overplay their hand, and that's what's happened. But both of these big losses have been TD overstepping and getting punished for it.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see as this game kind of progresses, what they're able to do and how they're going to try to play this game out. You have all the engage options, but when you're really far behind, is that what you want, or are you just going to try and set up a pick somewhere? What is going to be their plan moving forward, I wonder?
Well, I think that for TD, it gets a lot more complicated to play because you have to find ways to build advantages. Your win con right now is this Victor, but you want to get Ashe back in because you need that 80 damage. This is going to be an interesting team fight though because TD do have control. They are being walked into. Kitticus is kind of alone though.
Yeah, that's a great combo by Toxin, but he's just so squishy right now. This Kog'Maw is just melting him.
I mean, the biggest thing is there's no follow-up damage for it, right? Ashe is kind of pushed out of a fight already. Verinda's not there, and like, what is Thresh gonna do to back him up? So he goes deep. He finds what theoretically is a good ulti, but it doesn't matter because there's no one with him. He's literally just 1v4.
Yeah, and we're gonna see probably give this kill over to our Kog'Maw here. Give him that shutdown. Complex was able to cancel that Shen ult TP. I guess it must have been that was used top lane that we saw going to that, that control ward and the Tri-Brush, able to cancel that with the Gragas ultimate or maybe a body slam. But we see this Hearthsteel is kind of completed and Complex doesn't have their speed boost item. The heck is that thing called? That Gragas is building, Cosmic. That is what I was talking about. There it is, just on the back. Gonna TP back up there. They have their tier stacking, hopefully able to give themselves some more health moving forward. Really don't want to see the Archangel staff coming out of this Gragas. Really think it should be a Thimblewinter. But, Kog'Maw's really strong at 4-0 and 4 right now with the CS lead and everything. That's a really huge spike that you can play for. Bot lane, your top lane's ahead, your jungle's ahead. Smolder, while not, isn't really super ahead right now, but they're pretty even in this game. You can see they actually do have a gold lead despite being down in kills.
Yeah, I mean, it just gets really hard at this point to play it. You need to
Yeah.
really rely on just hard outplaying a 3v3 or 4v3 or 4v4 fight, because I mean, you're just down in every single lane. You've overplayed and got punished for it. And not just that, but you also have really good scaling, so they can't even just rely on, you know, playing the game slowly.
And Golden Bob is going to get this forward, going to deny this Gragas, get another kill for themselves, keep snowballing the game, more and more money. And yeah, it's just kind of this thing of what do, you know? Kog'Maw's getting more and more ahead. He's getting funneled these pink wards as well that Kittikis and Revan are trying to set up this kind of defensive line bot lane, and they're just unable to at any point. There is this kind of timing window that Skarner did stay top lane for a while, pushing out this wave for Gragas because he doesn't have TP, that maybe you can look something bot lane with your Mumu.
Yeah,
Victor does
I mean,
have TP, but there's just nothing to get to, right? Look at this vision line.
well, the big thing is that any fight you start, top is going to be able to show up to. Right, so you're looking for this fight. You do have a numbers advantage, but not for very long, because the second it looks bad, they can teleport. And Revan is just getting absolutely melted. They haven't been able to, like, really get a solid engage. I mean, he flashes forward, throws the hook, but it's just not a good enough engage to win this. You need to get onto Kog'Maw with 3 people, or you just can't win the fight.
Yeah, and we see Shen coming down mid and just going to get that down, and that's just another kill. That Hearthsteel gives the burst needed to secure it. Smolder able to live through the combo. This is just going to get more and more dire as the game continues.
And the thing is, like, if you're looking at these health bars, the only person on the side of TD that's really putting out significant damage is this Victor, and they keep taking fights without Victor. They don't have any damage going to these fights. Like, why is Toxin taking this? Right? There's just no way that you win that fight at any point. You go in with the Q, and, like, yeah, you stun them for a second, but they have a damage dealer and, like, a bruiser there. And you're in a Mumu who's significantly behind. I don't see how you could ever win that fight. And that's the thing, TD is falling behind, but they just aren't playing. Like, they're still playing aggressive. Like, Kittikis, you can't be at the tower when you're low, you don't have your support, the tower's low, and you're facing a 4-0 Kog'Maw.
Yeah, just these small mistakes kind of adding up more and more as this game's progressing. I really want to see Gragas Complex be able to utilize some of this push that they've been given and get this tower down top lane so that they're able to get some gold back for the side of TD. Dragon is spawning here in 10 seconds. Don't imagine we're going to see TD go for that play. We see them actually roaming up towards this top side of the map. We see Victor coming up here, guessing just to look for this tower. But no,
A
they're
free
just going to
timing
roam
to
back.
move and was just looking to cover top. But I mean, this just feels so hard to play out. You need to really rely on Phantastic to make a major mistake, and I don't see it. Like, okay, that Ashel goes wide, but like, we're going on to kills, but do we actually have the damage to kill him fast enough? Like, yeah, he's dying, but we're losing a major objective on the other side of the map, and he's really taking a long time to die.
Yeah, I mean, you got at least that goal. Gragas building damage, that they are a carry, they are a threat. And we're going to see his mid lane tower really getting threatened as Kog'Maw, with their 2 items, is really able to pump out the DPS here, but they aren't able to quite get it so far.
Yeah, I mean, a big thing is how long kills survived up there, because it means that Amumu is stuck top lane longer, which means he's not going to be on the map as quickly, which means you guys can all walk in and hard pressure this mid lane, because you know the jungler's not going to be there, and you know the top laner's not going to be there to punish you for it.
Yeah, and we're going to see Smolder's resetting here. Imagine grab his Muramana precursor, whatever it is called. Manamune, I think.
Mana.
Yeah. But that is a great combo there, actually.
Yeah, it's a good engage by Complex, but do they have the damage to actually kill? I don't think they do. Oh, they managed to get the ADC, but is it enough? Kills is here, Golden Bob is here. It is a 4v3, but in comes the ADC to the mid lane ADC to reinforce it. And I think TD is in trouble. They're just going to get burned down. They don't have the damage to win these fights, and they just don't have the gold to win out in these fights. Like, that engage shows you that their comp does have ways to win, but they're just so far behind, and it just becomes almost impossible.
Yeah, and that's crazy to me, just how aggressively Kills is playing here. Like, that was 4 people, and him walking into them, and there was almost green on his team other than that Lulu in that fight. That they're just able to play aggressively like this, and I'm not sure how they're going to get through it. That's 360 stacks already for this Shen. And that's going to be another one there. Like, how are you going to deal with this guy once he gets his armor finished? That's another great barrel, though, from Flex. And that's going to get some kills onto your Ashe, and that's going to help you get back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, TD is trying to find the angle, right? They have a timer. They know Kog'Maw's off map, so they're going to try and force a punish. They get 2 kills back, which is really big. They get kills, you know, onto their carries. But is it going to be enough? They just need a series of plays like that to bring it back.
Yeah, and here's where you know, it's kind of the thing. Are you going to push forward and try and get this tower here? This is kind of the straw that would break the camel's back. If you could get it in some ways, that would give you a major lead, but at the same time, if you're just stalling all the time, are you going to be able to, you know, play for this dragon in 2 minutes? Are you going to earn too many resources? You are able to get another 2 kills and get some more shutdown money with this tower, but
there's a good hook, and that's going to be another kill, and it's just a series of punishes.
Yeah, and that's what you need, right? We were talking. It's on Phantasm to throw it, right? And that's definitely a throw. You overstayed so badly that fight. You know, you didn't just let your, you know, Shen, who recalled in an incredibly greedy spot, die. You basically dragged 4 people down with him.
And that's huge. I mean, it's almost 4,000 gold back into the side of TD. And I just don't... Like, you can't be making mistakes like this. You're in such a good position. The game is, like, in your lap, and you overstep. You pull basically what TD was doing earlier on, and you get punished for it. They're still very much in control. They're very ahead, but a couple more mistakes like that, and they could be in trouble.
Yeah, it's just... You got to get everyone back on the same page and together. This death ball that you can form is immense and everything. That you've been a little behind, you know? There's that 1 second kind of dissonance between your 2 teammates. But we do see this Thresh is walking into this, who's just able to absolutely melt him. Just look at that DPS coming down.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of really risky to have your Thresh just walking in like that, like without any way to really cover him. I get that we're giving this Drake because, you know, we're just playing to keep punishing mistakes rather than take a full 5-on-5 team fight, because in current game state we're going to lose those. But Thresh being there is just really weird.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Bob is able to cover Bully here, who was a little ahead, and they are able to get some damage down.
We do have vision on Smolder. They might be making the bet that without Smolder they can win the fight. And they're going to force it. Kog'Maw's in trouble. There's ulti onto him, but it doesn't go off because he dies too fast. That means Kog'Maw and Lulu are down. Ashe is chunked out, but I just don't think it matters.
But Kills is finally here.
Yeah, and Complex is going to go down. Here comes Revan, but it's too little too late. Verindo with the TP straight into death. That might have just lost him the game.
Yeah, and we do see Smolder has that execute done. If we can just click on that as we get onto this, we see their stat count 243 currently. That's just going to lead to Dragon. I mean, it's not the biggest win. It could have been a lot more, but you see pings onto this Baron. I think they're going to take their way over that and try and get both objectives. Well, Toxin is up, and so is Kitty Kiss, so I think this Baron is probably not going to happen, that they're just going to get the vision set up around it, probably try and break this top lane tier 1, which is a lot of standing gold, while Gragas in bot lane, or Victor, whoever's getting in his sign there. Maybe we're able to find a pick onto this Amumu or Thresh, who's kind of forced to check into us. That's a big pick.
Yeah, and like Thresh, at this stage of the game, you can't be like out there alone with no real vision protection. He needs to be walking forward with like Amumu and Ashe, and he gets punished again. That's probably the third time this game. They're going to get the Baron off of this. They shouldn't be able to end quite yet, but one good team fight in this game is over.
Yeah, and again, with all the scaling advantages and things like that, we see cost already going up towards the top outer. Mumu's looking to cover Gragas bot lane, but you just need to slow this game down if you're TD. And what can you do to find a pick? Right? That's the only way you get back into this game. You find a pick and you blow someone up with all the bursts that you have. You know, your Victor has his Lichbane done. He's completed his Hex Core upgrades. That's a lot of burst, you know. Lulu's incredibly squishy. So is this Kog'Maw. So is this Smolder. There are targets that you can just annihilate quickly, get some money, and try and stall this game out. But it's how you're able to deal with this Baron at this point.
Yeah, I think that they need to stall it out, but at the same time, it's tough because the later this game goes, the more terrifying this Phantastic comp is going to get.
Yeah, it's all about picks, basically. That's all you have left, right? You can't win a team fight anymore unless you're able to kind of keep it like it was last fight, where they're split up on the side of Phantastic. But if it's just the death
fights.
Yeah, if it's Death Ball v Death Ball, you're going to lose. So it's all about trying to find a pick to make sure that the fight isn't a 5v5. It isn't fair, you know.
And that's what they're kind of like aiming for right now, right? They're overloading mid lane. They're looking to get onto this back line so they can try and like blow someone up before whoever's going to respond, right? There's going to be the ulti coming out of Shen, but Golden Bob's in trouble, but it might not matter because TD is just burning down health bars. They just don't manage to get a kill in time. There's a reinforce. It's 2 for 2. But Smolder's just free pushing bot side. I don't know. This just feels really bad for TD. I mean, I guess you get what you get. TD is walking downward though. Maybe they can catch Smolder. Verinda's looking for it. Chunks Smolder out and forces him back a little, but it's just not going to. It's just not enough to turn this game.
Yeah, because that was basically the best fight you're going to get. You got to for what, 10 seconds there, as they were, you know, dumping all of their resources to try and save them with the Lulu ult and the Shen shield and everything, but you got time to free hit. Like, that guy should have died, and the fact that he didn't is really scary. And just look at this Smolder damage coming through here. Verinda forced to flash, Fifi also flashing away, probably going to now die as they are way too far deep, but they are able to trade it back 1 for 1. Pretty sure Verinda should have just ran straight to their fountain and not given them that 1 for 1, but Smolder's on 4 items now. That's not good.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I feel like I would definitely want to be on this Phantastic side of this game. I mean, there's still angles, right? Phantastic could still make more mistakes, where one player oversteps, gets engaged on, dies quickly, but it gets harder the farther this game goes. These champions are getting harder to kill. They're getting more damage, so they're going to be able to kill you fast. Because the only person you can really catch right now and Chunk is going to be Kog'Maw. But even then, he's going to have a Lulu standing next to him with ultimate and with heal. He's going to have a Shen ult coming up on top. It's just so hard to actually kill, even if you get these catches.
Yeah, I personally would have liked to have seen our Kog'Maw start building a little bit more defensive, you know, towards that 3rd item, maybe instead of this Typhoon or what, I cannot remember the name of that 3rd item. If that had been, you know, the Terminus, thank you. If that had been, you know, towards the MR of Wit's End or something like that, or, you know, even just go the full, I am a tank now, I have built enough damage that we sometimes see Kog'Maws do. But
Personally, I think he's fine because
oh,
he's getting
Woolly's
so much.
getting caught.
Wooly's in trouble, and that goes pop goes to Lulu. But big
And
thing
that's
though for Cog is that he has all the defensive stats coming from the rest of his team. He's got, you know, Lulu giving him defensive stats. He has the Shen shield coming on top of him. But if they're looking for the engage, a huge hit out of Gragas, and that Cog
Yeah,
is in trouble. No one left
Yeah.
him healing. Well, hold
and
on,
that's why I was
Smolder
talking
as well.
about it. Complex is playing this Gragas absolutely fantastically. That was
Yeah,
an
but
incredible
Cog-
bomba. Even able to get this Smolder as well. Complex pretty much single-handedly keeping his team in the game. I mean, the rest of his team isn't able to kill the tanks, but the tanks can't kill this dragon. They don't have the DPS for it. Verinda's
Yeah, but
still
thing
alive.
is,
Toxin's
it's-
here.
It's 2v3, and you've still got a major damage dealer on your team. Toxin's moving
Yeah.
backwards, but Complex is here. Verenda's damage is slowly coming over the top, but it's slow. And kills is gonna slowly drop here.
Yeah, it's just so close, but you don't have that constant DPS. This Victor build has gone for complete burst, right? Just trying to explode these squishies. And isn't able to deal with this front just yet. Hasn't finished off his kind of core items. Do see respawns are coming back through here. Shen going to even TP to the mid lane to make sure that they're able to get this soul. And you know, you're stalling the game out, and soul isn't the biggest deal. You know, Ocean Drake, sure, it's awful for. It's one of the stronger souls in the game, but it doesn't stop your Kog'Maw from getting 100 to 0 by this Bomba Gragas.
Yeah, but overall for their comp, like, it is really good. It means that if they don't kill him, like, instantly, the second that he backs away, he's going to heal up. And it just makes, like, an already tanky comp, an already comp that you're struggling to deal enough damage to kill, that much harder to deal with.
Yeah, it's just kind of an arms race at this point. But we do see there is some face checking going on. It is a 43 currently. CTP's coming through. That is a great ult. Lulu getting hit back into the team, but Cog's free hitting on the backline. Smolder able to lay down this fire. Revan is popping forward. Do they drop to the burn? No, not quite. And Skarner is just going to chase through, and this is where this Ocean Drake comes through.
Oh, and it's a big
Huge
Skarner
ult.
ult. That might just be the game.
Yeah,
and
and
you know,
that should do it.
That's a big problem here because they look for pick, right? But you're going on to Shen. He's so tanky. He takes so long to kill. There's no way that you're going to very quickly just burst him down. Because you just don't have the damage to insta-kill a Shen. It's either you pick Cog or you don't take the fight, really. Pick Cog, Lulu, or don't take the fight. And that is going to be game 2. It's 1-1. Looks like we have a series on our hands.
Yeah, it is exciting to see. Counter pick has mattered quite a lot in this game too here. And we'll see how the teams are going to respond.
That's a good game too. I mean, we get to see them bouncing back. TD shows signs of life, but they just absolutely fumbled so hard in that early game. Against a comp where you cannot afford to do that. I mean, there's some interesting names on the screen right now. Like, we got random series of numbers playing ADC, you know?
Riot IDs coming out quickly. Take those down. Figure out their credit card information.
Yeah, get them, boys.
But, you know, it is just kind of, again, it was the early game of this series. It's kind of dictated what's happening. Teams have just been dominant so far in it and build up these absolutely massive goals. They're just able to bully their way through fights, you know? There was a throw that series, but their gold lead was big enough that it didn't matter. They lost, what, 5 people and a mid lane tower for basically, what, 1 person?
Yeah, and a big thing that came to bite them was the low damage of this TD comp, right? They have, you know, good pick options. They have good engage. They have good CC. But the problem is, Ashe is relatively low damage as far as ADCs go, you know? She doesn't have that solo AD level of power to really, you know, melt through these champions. And we saw that. Even when they caught Kog'Maw, it still took a decent amount of time to kill him, with him building no defensive stats this game.
Yeah, so I think we're going to send it to the next game soon here, guys. Tune in for these rest of the semifinals. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are back. TD Phantastic, after winning that game, are on blue side, or sorry, TD Wildcard are on red side now, electing to move Phantastic over to blue after their loss. Gonna see bans coming through. Phantastic getting rid of Misfortune, TD getting rid of Ward. Fantastic. Gonna just go after some of these, as you were alluding to, one trick or like really proficient champions on the side of TD. Not sure about the Wukong. TD decided that that Kog'Maw was a really big problem. They're going to take that away. Now we see what first pick do Phantastic take.
I do like Smolder here. It's a good flex. It worked really well last game. I think it's a good move personally.
Yeah, this does leave up that Amumu that TD have been prioritizing so heavily for season. Going to be interesting to see if he decides he's going to go with that again, or if there's some other he wants that gives his team that engage capabilities.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting to see if they want to deviate or if they just think the Samumu is not an issue. They're going to go with Caitlyn. Oh, Ash it is. All right.
Yeah, Ash kind of the premier blind pick ADC, offers all that utility, just the usefulness that that whole kit provides. You know, Hawkshot is an elite when you press him. The ult gives you all of those engage options. Really love Ash. I think it's a great pick.
Yeah, it's
Curious
definitely good.
if
It's a
they're going
great
to pair that
utility.
with the Thresh again that they have been all series. Deciding instead they're going to go with this Leona for a bit more aggression in case the Smolder is ball lane.
Yeah, I think it's decent. Leona's, good in most situations, and I think that her hard CC would be pretty good into a Smolder, and she pairs fairly well with Ash.
Yeah, wondering what Fantastic is going to kind of do to provide, that disengage, that peel that's generally taken in Leona. Poppy currently giving hover, which is definitely an awesome flex pick to take, and I'm glad to see it getting taken. Has been nerfed the past couple of patches, trying to tone down its support strengths, is worth mentioning, and this Ivern is going to get lost as well. Really trying to make sure that the Smolder has all the shields like they did last game.
And that is a major thing we're noticing, right? TD was forced to give a ban towards this Kog'Maw, but they're getting punished for it because they have to leave up the Ivern, which is probably Golden's best champion. They do get a Brand, interesting enough. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I could definitely see a jungle, though. I do know Toxin plays it.
Yeah, Brand is always kind of that AP kind of major threat into these death balls. He just provides so much burst and kind of sustained damage into groups of enemies that I really like it personally. If you see Fantastic kind of playing these death ball style comps, TD is going to try and go, we don't want this Smolder to just be able to 1v9 us. They're going to take away the Shen. Fantastic decides we don't like this Malphite pick. We really want to deny any sort of engage options available to your top lane. So they're going to get rid of that Malphite. I'm imagining we're going to see some sort of, again, more peel-orientated ban here. Sivir, interesting. No real idea for me.
And that is going to be the Mordekaiser ban. Yeah, I think Mordekaiser is a very good ban here. It looked really good game one, and you don't really want to deal with it again. It is going to be the Gragas. This is, again, looking like TD may be in danger of over-leveraging into AP.
Yeah, they are really heavy into AP again, which is really worrying to see. My one kind of thought process here is there's the MR options like the Galio. You can take it mid lane again, or you can go for something like the Mundo, which is finally open to all of this CC. It is a great pick into this Gragas. That's what I want to see as a Mundo one trick, basically, almost always. So we'll see if that comes through. We're going to go for the Kaisa. Kind of interesting, really short rave, really dive focused. There isn't a lot of that on the side of their team, so I wonder if they're going to pick some sort of top laner who's really trying to get in the thick of things and go for fights.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what they pick here top. Oh wait, no, actually no, that wouldn't be
it's
top. They're gonna be the Poppy top.
yeah, maybe it's Poppy top lane. It could be Smolder top lane. There's lots of
Um,
flex options available.
I think it's going to be the Poppy top, Ivern jungle, Smolder mid, Kaisa Sarah bot lane.
Okay, that kind of makes sense. Not really sure about that pairing, but we'll see how it works out.
To be fair, they could also do like Kaisa mid, Smolder bot. I like Yone here. I like
Yeah.
Yone. It gives them that very heavily needed AD damage, but they're still going to. It's gonna be hard to get onto this Smolder in this game. They have good ways to peel for it. Um, Yone's dash is gonna struggle into Poppy. Gragas is going to. It's gonna be hard to find ways to get onto the Smolder, in my opinion. But I think it's still a decent draft from TD. I actually like both teams' drafts better than the last game.
Yeah, I feel both teams really have kind of stepped it up in their drafting games, and that comps are making sense together now that there's kind of identities being born. Phantastic is very much playing, we are two threats. We have a tank top, we have supports to shield, heal, and just provide space for this Smoldering Geist to kind of rip through. Whereas TD are very much kind of playing pick apart, Brandalds, Gragas, Yone, looking for these much more skirmish gauges that I'm assuming TD is going to go really hard these early grubs, try and get these really early advantages, whereas Phantastic will be happy for these dragons. Curious to see how this early game is going to be a defining factor in the series.
So, nameplates off here. If you have to be on one of these teams, which team are you picking? Which team do you think has the better comp?
If nameplates are off, I think I want to be on the side of TD. That's more comfortable, kind of the I like to play Legends. I've seen success in these games. I think it's putting too much pressure on two players to really the side of Phantastic.
Actually, going to differ from you. I'm going to say I like Phantastic better. Simply because TD's comp just feels kind of weird. I'm not a huge fan of Brand Jungle right now. I mean, theoretically, it could be Brand mid, Yone top, Gragas jungle, but I feel like it's going to be Brand jungle here. Don't really ask me. Right, it's a soul read. But I feel like Ivern, Poppy, Seraphine, it's gonna be hard for them to do anything to this Smolder late game. Then Ice is a really good laner. Ice's Seraphine bot lane is gonna be pretty hard for Ash to deal with overall. So I am liking the Phantastic one. I don't like TD's over reliance on this Ash, but I guess we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that's what the games are for. I think we're just going to cut to a quick break. Hopefully, there's no more technical issues and we're able to just start our game way here. Thanks for sticking with us. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It is time for Game 3 of our series. It is tied 1 apiece for TD Wildcard versus Phantastic Star Academy. Fantastic. This game is on blue side with some of that KDA flair going. KDA Gragas looking to get his revenge on the Singing Pop Stars. I hope that he does in some ways.
All right, I'm hoping for a good game 3. I don't know. I think that with how wild this series has been, we could get a game 5 series by the end of the night. My sleep schedule will hate me for it, but it'll be fun at the very least.
Yeah. And we do see that there is kind of this early non-5 point happening, that there are 3 people stacked in one bush here together, hoping that Revan gets out of that bush. They're able to get some sort of mana flow ban procs and really get that early game, just decisive victory.
Looks like they might be looking for a late vision invade here.
Yeah.
But Kills is in a bit more trouble as they look to pump a little damage into him. That'll make his level 1 at least a tiny bit harder, but it shouldn't be too big of a factor.
Yeah, just kind of getting that mana flow ban proc on this Gragas, who this game decided to go for Grasp. Look at that beautiful KDA skin. I wish I could be that big of a super fan.
And it's a very, it's a very small thing to notice, but Poppy did get that defensive ward up to know that if they didn't steal the camp, if they just pushed them off, got mischief.
Yep, going to be interesting to see how Ivern paths this game. Ivern, of course, one of the most unique champions in the jungle, that they don't, spend that traditional time fighting camps, that they just give them that mark and then go free them later on after. So, looks like they're just pathing kind of doing a standard kind of full clear, making sure to get all their camps on rotation early. See, there is this early push going down bot lane. The 2 ranged into the ranged melee. You're able to get that push early, get them under tower, and now it's how does Revan play on this pushback as Leona, right? You have this ignite. You're looking for some sort of damage and some kill threat. How do you get it?
Yeah, and Verinda is definitely looking to keep pressure up. I think that TD has realized that in this team comp, they kind of need Yone to get things done if they're going to win. It's going to be really hard to play if Smolder's allowed to free farm back up to his stacks again. And I don't know. We'll see if they're able to keep that pressure up.
See, just some trades going kind of around early. Smolder this game going for the grass, more looking to get those kind of extra stacks there, get some of that HP. Toxin looking for this early engage, and Poppy's coming down. There's an E available. Gonna get that stun into the root. That's first blood for Poppy.
And that is just going to be an easy punish from the side of Poppy. I mean, Toxin's really low health. Walking into the river, it's just really hard for him to play there. Out of position and gets punished for it. It's big for the side of Junior.
We see.
Fantastic.
Yeah, Ivern hopefully going to be able to get something big off this. Gotten that top lane scuttle, going to head down, collect all of his bot lane camps here. Is able to stick around mid here, give some shields to Fifi, help them maybe push out if they need any help there. But we do see Toxin makes the smart choice, immediately beelines for that scuttle crowd to make sure that they don't get double scuttled.
I just want to note the amount of tempo advantage in this jungle. I mean, Toxin's down 16 CS. That's 3 whole camps plus a Krug worth of gold right there.
And what a sidestep from Lily Pyro there, that they were able to dodge that brand Q with a nice juke using their E movement speed, and even got a way to dodge away from that Leona Zenith Blade there. But Revan's going in, damage is here. But
here comes Brand.
Yeah.
He does get stunned up, so he's not able to get his damage off early enough, and they should be able to just walk this out. But if they're walking forward, it looks like they might want to continue this fight.
Yeah, there is this huge wave to connect here. Like, you don't need to get anything. You've already kind of won this in some ways. And the health bars don't really agree with you, right? Kitticus is full HP. But I'm just going to try and keep these guys dragged down here. Toxin just wasting more and more of his time. He needs to farm this brand. That is one of the strengths of that champion, is the immense farming capabilities of it and the ability to just clear your jungle on repeat and become a menace.
Yeah, and if you look on the other side, Golden Bob didn't really lose so much for that time commitment because he is playing the Ivern. He had his, he had marked the camp and just walked up, collected it, and backed. He loses very little tempo compared to Brand here.
Yeah, and we see that Medjai's precursor and the Dark Seals coming out. See how many books and pages Golden Bob can collect this game. I'm curious to see what he's going to build first. If he is a freak listener and enjoyer, going to build a redemption first. But we do see this coming down bot lane. That is really deep for Revan and is going to go down. But Vendura is able to trade it back and gets out with just a sliver of health there.
But I don't really think that's worth. I mean, we're committing our mid laners flash and ulti. And all we get out of it is a 1-for-1. And meanwhile, Smolder's picking up a big wave. He's going to be able to put a little bit of damage onto his turret, and it just overall feels really bad for the side of TD.
Yeah, and look at this. This is already a huge wave getting stacked up, so we are going to be able to save that, hopefully, and get that CS back to even. Grubs have spawned. We see Toxin heading for those, trying to make sure he can get this early scuttle. Leona has roamed up there as well. And they are trying to get this early pressure down.
Kills is struggling a little in this topside matchup, but that shouldn't be a big deal, as all they really care about is him not falling so far behind it's unplayable. Meanwhile, it looks like the side of TD is going to once again try over these Void Grubs. They want to stack them, they want to get this tower pushing pressure.
Yep, we see that Kai'Sa's starting to head towards this dragon. I believe they are attacking it, trading these early objectives here, which is great to see if you're looking to scale, as I have picked on the side of kind of Phantastic, but, sorry, on the side of Phantastic, that's what they want. TD getting their early grubs, they're happy with this trade as well, that they're able to try and hopefully get some turret pressure with this. And now we just have to see where are they going to be able to attack. The Toxin, still level 5 here. Killer Z is able to get some damage down right now, but Gragas is just going to take their reset, utilize their TP, come back to lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's a lot slower of a game than the first one, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Pretty similar to the second one in pace. The question is, where will this game end up breaking open first?
Yeah, I mean, Void Grubs will be spawning soon. Sooner rather than later. They are technically the next objective to fight over if teams want to, but I kind of feel like it's just going to be a little bit of a farm fest. We do see level 6s coming in now, which does unlock some more aggression. Seraphine has that ult to give that CC and that lockup. Kai'Sa able to go in, but we do see Golden Bob here going top lane, getting some damage down. This is really not good.
But it's really bad because Toxin is here. That's going to be a flash into the cleanse, but it just doesn't matter because they're going to burn down.
Yeah. And just some miscommunication, right? If your jungler is making a play topside, it is not your job as Seraphine to walk into the enemy brush to try and, clear their vision and get some damage down.
And now we're in danger of getting walked down here, but the CC connects and Wooly is just going to die. Meanwhile, at the same time, Verinda's looking for a play mid, but just doesn't quite find it. They're going to get chunked out quite a bit by Fifi in the process.
Yeah. And you gotta wonder for Golden Bob, was that the right place to be, going for that top lane play, right? You are cycling your camps towards the top side. I guess it's almost a nothing play, but is it kind of what you wanting to? Is getting Poppy ahead and even getting a kill really going to do anything? And it's not. Gragas is generally really safe, and we're still spending time up here.
Yeah, I mean, we're staying away from our more volatile lanes, which is going to be this mid bot. I mean, I don't think he spent an insane amount of time. It looks like he's mostly just walking there after cycling camps. But still, I mean, like, he's still topside. It's been 30 seconds, which isn't... It's not very good. He's lost most of his advantage in timing. But I don't think
Yeah.
I think it'll be fine. I think he recovers from that fine and should be able to get plays on the map, especially now that he is opposite-sided to this brand, which means that he will be able to have more pressure in bot side ganks than before.
Yeah. We do see that this Ashe has been just pushed into and constantly the entire lane. Lily Pyro and Wonder Bully have done a really great job at kind of keeping up the pressure, kind of getting this early real chip damage. Can we get a Smolder stack check as we're just 10 minutes into this game? 90 so far.
90 stacks at 10 minutes in gold is phenomenal. I'm gonna
Okay.
be honest, like, listen, all right, in higher elo, it might not be, okay, but in this elo for laners to have, like near 9 CS a minute, that is really good. I know up in like Emerald Diamond, you know, that's a bad performance, but here in gold, this is performing extremely well. And it looks like a big fight's gonna break through. Huge Seraphine ulti comes through. Seraphine continues walking forward. They are going to get this first kill, but will they be able to continue to fight out? Huge ult comes from Yone. They don't manage to get a kill quite yet, though, from the side of TD. And there's the kill onto the Seraphine. Jungler is in trouble. He's going to go down. A wide Ashe ulti, but it doesn't matter.
And man, Complex again just able to get some of these plays and really show off their real prowess at this Gragas champion. They've done great on it. You know, Smolder was the beneficiary of the kill in that play, which is awesome to see if you're him. But this is going to be 6 scrubs, I believe, unlocked for the side, unless something kind of, horrible kind of goes wrong, which really gives you some huge push opportunities. It makes this Rift Herald that will spawn really soon here even more of a priority.
Yeah, and fumbles like that are how you lose games. It's, overforcing, overstepping. I don't think it's too big of a deal. I think that this game is still extremely close. But you just don't want to see mistakes like that coming out of your team.
Yep. And we see Seraphine, as a support, building towards his most supportive items this game. Ivern is, in fact, building a redemption, which I am excited to see, as I believe that is his strongest build and the best build on him. Early items kind of ticking through. Brand, the first kind of major item in this game with his Leandri's Kraken Slayer for this Ashe. As Kittykiss has kind of been building this whole series. Toxin looking to kind of contest and fight over this Scuttle Crab and this Dragon. Gonna see if Ivern is able to take it. I think he expends one of his Knights to secure.
He does secure the Scuttle. It looks like both teams are posturing a little, but neither side seems willing to pull that trigger first. So it's just kind of going to be them slowly backing away and going back to their original lane assignments here. But Gragas is hitting that TP. It looks like Phantastic is going to, TD is going to look for this team fight here. And Phantastic is in trouble. But CC connects onto Wooly. But big Seraphine ult hits, but it's not enough. Golden Bob is going to drop, and TD's going to look to continue this fight.
Yeah, and we do see Poppy is roaming back down, making sure to keep their team safe. And is TD able to press forward? They're going forward. They're getting damage on the kills. Kills his channels the ult.
Big Poppy
knocks
ult comes through. That's going to take 2 back. But Toxin still has a lot of damage, and they aren't locking him down. They're focusing on Complex when they really need to be dealing with this massive brand damage. And that's going to be another 3 kills to the side of TD. That puts them so far ahead. This brand that was down so hard early game is now completely in control of the map. Smolder is still stacking up, but it just doesn't matter if you're stacking if your team is just allowed to lose the entire map because you're not showing up to these fights.
Yeah, it's the case of can you get the 1v9 off, right? Smolder is set up with this team to do it, but TD is able to get a major win there. You see Poppy is down quite a bit now. Gragas has kind of gotten more online, has this Cosmic Drive done, has their boots, has their tiers stacking. They have this damage and they are ready to fight and rumble. Poppy down 30 CS, almost 40 at this point,
Yeah, TD is, they're playing scrappy, they're trying to force their advantage, And like overall, they are very good at skirmishing. Taking weird number fights, near objectives. They seem to struggle a little more with the 5v5s, but in these off-numbered fights, they're just performing really well.
Yeah, that's kind of what their comp is designed to do this game, right? They're not looking for a lot of 5v5s. They're looking for these skirmishes where they're able to get a Gragas combo to hit towards this Yonhal and then just decide that skirmish fight. And Rift Herald has spawned. There is these 6 scrubs available, and I really want to see TD here get some damage down with these grubs and get some of this more freestanding gold that's on the map. They did get the first tower down there in bot lane, but there is plenty more available quickly to them.
Yeah, it looks like Yone is heading bot to answer this Smolder. But Smolder is just, like, farming up. He's up CS on everybody else in the game. He is gathering plates. He's doing a ton of tower damage. He is scaling up, but the question is if he's going to scale up in time to deal with the pressing pressure of these TD carries. And there's another big Ashe ult. They're looking for a pick, but it's not enough as they are pushing on their Wooly and Toxin's forced to flash.
Yeah, that there just isn't this damage. Kaisa doesn't have the items right now with this just kind of wave clear focused build right now. Golden Bob is going to be able to just live, making sure to flash away. Complex looking for that play, unable to find it, and just keeping their team alive. Smolder, again, bot lane, pushing, looking for this play, looking for the money, but his team is just falling apart. There is so much damage right now. Killer's looking to get up there, is able to go in, doesn't quite have enough damage to finish off Toxin. So close. Verinda, looking for this engage with the Yone, but isn't able to get it. And they are able to weather the storm, get Smolder time, and it's the point. When is Smolder going to join, and how much are they able to do with it?
Yeah, I mean, it is very much anyone's game, but I feel like to an extent you can't keep taking these bad fights. It's one thing to like slowly fall behind in these single, solo lanes, or this and that, but there's no reason we need to be taking 3v4s, 4v4s, 4v5s without our Smolder there. I just don't see why we're opting into these fights, because a lot of them are us opting in. We're using the Seraphine ult and we're walking forward into TD into an odd number fight.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. Wooly Bully is playing so aggressively right now on the Seraphine that they are really just going in whenever they have the opportunity, just kind of walking at Kitticus and Revan, just kind of daring them to blow their CDs onto them.
Yeah, and Kills is, he is behind, but he is still doing a decent job of holding his wave, right? He's not really letting Miss Gragas hit his tower at all. He's, managing to still CS somewhat, even if he's behind, and not really letting Gragas walk away with this advantage. Golden is looking, but I don't think that, looking for a pick on Gragas is really gonna work out for you a ton here. I feel like you need to be looking towards, punishing this Ashe, Leona.
Yeah, it's just hard. I mean, almost all of the flashes are up on the side of TD. That the only one missing it currently is Verinda and Toxin, and you're not really going to be counter jungling into Brand at this point in the game, and Smolder is stuck in that super long lane with Verinda. That's where I guess you're going to have to try and focus your attention. But we do see dragons spawning in 15 seconds, both teams getting ready, looking for this fight. Maybe Smolder will join finally. Verinda does have a big fate down available here, but Wooly Bully again.
Just completely chunked out. For once, Smolder's rotating, but it doesn't matter because Wooly Bully just steps too far forward. He pops the ulti with no real way for his team to reinforce him, and he's missing his big damage dealer in the Smolder, who's just not there yet.
Yeah, Wooly Bully playing much more like they're an Alistair or something in their positioning this game. Has to try and make sure that they are playing back and safe and able to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, overall they're hitting solid ult, right? They're hitting 3 to 4 people, but because they're very out of position, there's no way for his team to follow up on it. And oh wow, we're just gonna immediately get a flash res. They look to punish this backing position.
Yeah, and again, that's just damage getting pumped in. Ashe kind of starting now that this Kraken Slayer is done. They're building their way towards that Phantom Dancer again, playing this build that is all about just the very small, minute damage and just getting a lot of it, being able to kite. This mid tower should go down here. Complex looking for something here on the side. Redemption is down on the backline to keep them safe. As the pressure is coming through, the brand ult spreading, the damage coming down. Do they burn? Toxin is able to pick up Lily Pyro.
Yeah, Toxin does die in the process, but still, I mean, they're just getting a lot out of his siege. They pick up the tower, they go 1-for-1, and Fifi is just picking up a tower on the side. A more valuable tower, even. I mean, we're talking about picking up a tier 1 for a tier 2.
Yeah, the gold-wise, it's definitely a big advantage, but for just the ability to spread into the map as this Baron spawn and give you that time and pressure to set something up, I think is probably just as valuable as the additional gold you lost in that situation.
Yeah, but
Gonna
look
see
at these numbers. Smolder has the most gold in the entire game. He's got 194 CS. Can we get a stack check on him real quick? I have a feeling that he's pretty good on stacks. And he's at 198. This is very much an online Smolder. He's yet to join a fight. I have a feeling the second he does, these fights are going to get a lot harder for TD to win. I mean, they've had a gold lead, but there's... like, Smolder's just been free farming so hard that their gold lead is basically non-existent.
Yeah, Fifi is really keeping his team in the game with this CS lead that he's picking up. Brenda has been, you know, choosing to more and more play in the fights and provide that CC and that damage. And it's going to be able to see. Smolder is so close to that stack range where he has his execute online. And I think he will group once he has it. He's even taken this farm away from his jungler and Golden Bob, who is more of a support, yes. But, you know, you can use these items as the game continues, even as an Ivern. So we'll just see.
Yeah,
Once Smolder joins, what happens?
Yeah, and Fifi is utilizing these top lane routes to help assist him with this split pushing strategy.
Yeah. Be interesting to see, you know, they are resetting here. Do they finish their third item? Or what happens? Again, Lily Pyro and Bully just going in, trying to get this brand. There is more damage now. Pyro is able to get this kill, but they're going to get this traded back onto them. There is the flash being burned. Oh, and that's walking forward for Bully as they get away. I don't think so. Verinda is able to land that ult, tag them. Smolder is here finally, but is it too late at this point?
It might just be. Hold on, Poppy's reinforcing, but it doesn't matter. It's just too late. Again, we're stepping forward and like pressuring and trying to take fights with without our main damage dealer in the area.
Yep, and they just kind of take that second to breathe here. We see Smolder now with all of this shielding and stuff. Is he able to just prop forward? Complex doesn't have his ult there. Dragon is spawning in just a minute's time here. And without TP in the top lane, I don't know if Gragas can really be up here. They're just probably going to look to grab this turret and just immediately run straight to Dragon here.
Yeah, I feel like on the side of TD, it makes more sense just to, you know, grab the turret, then, you know, look for another fight, because they're generally winning most of these fights. So they're likely going to want to keep doing them, but it's going to get harder. One of these fights, this Smolder's going to show up, and the second he does, it's going to be a much, much tougher fight to win.
Yeah, I mean, at least on the side of TD, you have a clear target. It's pretty easy who you have to blow your cooldowns on and who you have to kill.
Yeah, you have to kill this Smolder.
Yeah, as tempting as the Seraphine who's walking into melee range is to blow your cooldowns onto, you probably shouldn't. I'm just amazed at how confident Bully seems to be piloting this pick.
Yeah, my man is an absolute Giga Chad. Okay, he's rolling up. He's going deep. He doesn't care. Come kill me. It doesn't matter. As long as my Smolder's living, ain't nothing y'all can do. And TD knows it. I had to laugh at myself a little there. That rant was a little dumb. But hold on. We have an out-of-position complex. The rest of his team is going to try and just rush down this Drake. But I don't know if they have enough damage to kill it fast enough. As here comes Phantastic on the run. But Drake's going to go down, but is Phantastic able to find the fight?
They are able to use this Ashe ult and this Leona ult. Yeah, they are able to get the Drake, the cost of 1. I think you take that trade. That puts you on sole point.
I mean, you do lose 2 flashes and 2 ultis and a death. But the problem is now we're going to walk up and they're going to grab a Baron here. The question is TD going to be able to rotate over in time to contest it? And if they do, how much is Smolder going to get on the bot side?
So to say, I don't think this Baron is real. You have Kaisa to damage it? I mean, I guess it's going down. Rage Blade's enough. It's a hell of a drug.
It's going, but incredibly slowly. Smolder's going to pop the TP. It looks like they want to commit to a fight, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Revan's on the run, but look, we've got 2 players just continuing to sit on this Baron as they're chasing really deep after these 2. They could get collapsed on here by Verinda on the angle.
Yeah, but Verinda's
just
by
Smolder damage.
Self, and they're just forced to snap back and face the reality eventually. And Fifi is just going to pick it up again. That's another huge 600 gold shutdown to this Smolder. No, and now Fifi is just online, and I think they're going to be able to get it, right? This game's in their hands. Poppy with a great engage, and that's a wonderful Seraphine ult on top. The Smolder damage. Complex flashes away, and I don't think they're able to live. Lolly Pyro is able to get it in there as well, and that should be Baron for the side of Phantastic.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, it's just painful here for TD, right? We've been talking about it all game, that like once this Smolder joins the fight, it's gonna get so much harder, and it does. I mean, we just watch people pop.
Yeah. And this is Baron going down super quickly now that they're able to get their damage, just commit to it. Smolder's level 16 now, and most people in this game aren't even level 14. There is just such a huge discrepancy. 5-0. Nearly a flame horizon in CS as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at the gold graph. He's up 5,000 gold. That's 2k more than his team's entire gold lead. That just shows that, like, you can't just let Smolder free farm and take towers completely uncontested for half the game.
Yeah. Scary place to be. There's not even an Infinity Edge done on your Ashe. There's nothing on the horizon for your Yone, who's just completed his shield bow. He's not at any major damage spike. Brand has got one of their kind of burn items done, the second just coming through soon, hopefully here. But there's no one with the levels for it, and Smolder has their own shield bow as well to keep themselves safe. The Iron shields, the Seraphine shields, the double Moonstone going on. That it is kind of the Smolder game, and we gotta see if Fifi plays well and positions right, this game's good as done. But it's on the side of TD. Can you use this Greg Assault? Can you use this Yone ult? Can you get a pick? They have the tools. Just how well can they use them?
I mean, it's really painful here. Because even if, you know, you manage to hit an engage on this Smolder, it's going to be really hard to finish him off. I mean, he's got, you know, the Enchanter support that's going to provide shielding. They're going to provide CC to help peel off of him. They've got Ivern next to him. They're going to have a Poppy ulti. Like, it's just so hard to get onto this Smolder. Maybe even if you do, he's got so much damage, he might just pop you instantly.
Yeah, and with this Baron, it's just how much are they able to get out of it, or what are they trying to get out of it? This top lane tier 1 looking to go down, but this Baron so far hasn't really been much of anything. It's just been a slow grind out of this game, trying to make it go later and later so Smolder can get more and more ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what I was worried about when I saw this draft come through. It's just like, if you do not contain Smolder, he will just solo win the game. I mean, look at it. Verinda is just getting absolutely bullied under tower. They need a second person to reinforce him. And even then, I mean, Smolder's still just threatening around. He's like, what are you going to do about it? Oh, ulti, okay, I'm fine. Can't stop me
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, and that's almost all of the tools were just burned. And Fifi able to live through it and just be completely fine. That's probably going to be this game here. That is a tier 2 going down. They are able to secure this dragon for the side of Phantastic as well. Deny that soul stacking. There is even a top lane play. Kills looking for this solo kill. Gets the knockup. Gets the charge. The Q. The healing has come through, but the shield bash will get it.
I mean, Kills does pick up a solo kill, which is bad for TD. But I think the story of this game has got to be free running Smolder. I mean, he's still down. But split push Smolder is an unexpected outcome of this game. I mean, my man is just, he's channeled his top laner. I mean, he did get MVP votes for top lane. No wonder he plays Smolder like he's a fucking split
Yeah.
pusher.
Yeah,
I like he
that's
shows
just,
up and they just pop.
yeah, just 2 immediate kills. That it's not even close.
Yeah, here comes the TP. They're gonna try and force this end here, and I think they very well might get it. We need a hero play out of this mid laner, or the game's over. Huge ulti coming out of him, but no.
Smolder's untouched.
Doesn't get the Smolder. Whoa! Big CC out of complex. They're on to Smolder. Smolder pops, but the fight's not over. Most of the team is dead. It's just the ADC and Verinda left on the map. ADC runs into Nexus but dies anyway. Verinda manages to clear off a wave, but they are still in danger of this game ending right here.
Yeah, the turret fortification does come down as there's no minion wave currently here, and with the respawns coming in, I think that will be the end of it. You know, we did see Complex was able to land that cask, that barrel, to really pop Smolder, get him out and allow Kittikis to pump some damage into him, and that's just how you have to play this game. It's Gragas on the flanks and look for these engages for the rest of it. And it's up to the side of the rest of Phantastic to just mark him whenever possible. Yeah, and a spot to kind of breathe here for a second if you're the side of TD. You know, you go, there's a minute till this Baron. We want to get some vision set up in our own topside jungle so that we can possibly contest that. We need to find out and get some push down in our bot lane to buy ourselves some time, get some of these items. And I hope they're able to get something here.
Yeah, I mean, TD just needs to find something, right? They need to be able to get onto this Smolder in team fights. I mean, we saw it, but one time they did it, they won. I mean, okay, we're burning a lot onto Gragas. I don't really know if I would be burning ults to try and pick Gragas here. But, interestingly enough, Smolder is pulling up untouched, as is Vakaisa. And they're just free-firing onto the front line of TD.
That's a big stun for Toxin, is able to throw down the ult and get the spread going. That is a lot of damage, but this redemption and the shielding is going to come through. And look at that, they're pretty much full health. Baron has spawned, red buffs up, you have these super minions pushing in your mid wave. That is quite the hard dive from kills coming in.
For a fight. Verinda's in trouble here, going to pop, and TD, they just don't manage to really get any damage across in that fight. They're looking for the tower dive onto Complex. Complex is going to pop. Toxin's on the run. He's going down too. Will Revan make it to Nexus? The answer is yes. But it doesn't matter because the Nexus is going to fall anyway. We're running out of fountain. We're looking to find something. CC onto Fifi, but it just don't matter. Kittikis runs back into fountain, and this Nexus just is going to fall.
Yeah, and that's a pretty dominant win for the side of Phantastic. Really showing that if you give us time to scale, if you let us play these comps out, we're going to beat you.
Yeah,
it's the Fifi show right now.
Yeah, it's the Fifi show. I mean, he locked in. He spent the whole game just farming. And look, he participated like a quarter of the fights, has all the kills, all the damage. That's just what happens when you don't stop Smolder from split push farming the entire game.
Yeah. It's kind of like check PC. Is that guy a gold player? That was a performance, right? Look at that gold lead, 18k to 11, 7,000 individual gold, 10-1 and 2, most damage in the game. I mean, what more could you ask for?
I mean, realistically, not much. He absolutely did his job that game, and then some. My team did kind of what he needed them to do, which was just don't lose the game and keep attention. Their constant fights, even though the fights were losing, I mean, they just kept TD forced to just run from one side of a map to the other, and meanwhile, Smolder's just farming away.
Yeah, I think, and you gotta believe that, Fifi's gonna get denied Smolder the rest of the series, right?
I mean, I feel like if he's not, then they've given up. Like you just can't let that champion keep coming through.
All right, well, we are gonna send it to a quick break. We wait for these teams to get ready, and we will start game 4 and see if Phantastic Star Academy is able to close this series out, or if TD are going to be able to send us to Silver Scrapes 5. Hello, everyone. We are back. It is semifinals. TD facing elimination. Phantastic Academy on Blue's side again have that ability to lock down the series here. TD have adjusted, brought in Hoodie Man to top lane, moved Complex to mid. Gonna see some new bans coming out for TD as well. They get rid of Smolder, Kog'Maw, and Ivern. Just going, those picks that you won with, get them out of here. See Pacific Academy or Phantastic Academy, my mistake, taking the Jinx first pick.
I think that we are seeing changes from the side of TD in these bans, but if you are TD, you're having to give up player pocket pick bans to deal with champions that have been brutal in this series, and that's a little scary to have to do.
Yeah, this Ornn kind of Camille bans have come through this whole series so far. Wondering if we're going to see those here. TD decided that they're going to start again with kind of that wombo combo, this ease of execution of you've been talking about, taking a what I'm assuming is a bot lane pairing of Ziggs Seraphine. And there's that Ornn that's been banned this whole series on the side of kills. That is their most played by far. I checked their op.gg. They have level 27 mastery on that, and their next closest champion is mastery 15. So quite a lot of experience on that.
Kills' expertise is being that weak side player who can just, hang out without a lot of help and be fine. And they're going to lock in the Galio since TD is showing double AP champions to start the draft. Why not pick a champion that loves magic damage?
Yeah, curious to see again if that is going to be more towards this kind of style of the support that we saw, if it's going to be mid. And TD slam down the gauntlet and they take Yorick into Ornn. Go, we're going to split push. We have wave clear. We have Ziggs Seraphine. We have Yorick. We are going to drag you guys out like you just did to us, and we're going to win off of our sideline.
I will say, Hoodie, who has been brought in for this game 4, is a big Yorick player. He really likes the champion. I wouldn't say it's his number one. His number one is actually, in my opinion, his Smolder top lane, wildly enough. But he loves that Yorick top lane. I'm not very surprised that he brought it out here today.
Yeah, Yorick is kind of a classic ELO stomper. Is kind of weird to me that we are seeing these kind of more bands like the Camille. Wondering if, I guess, Fifi might play a mid lane or something. I distinctly remember casting that, I believe happened in one of the series that we cast previously. Whereas Star PA decides that they're going to go after some more AD threats. They're really prevalent, doing the Yone and the Graves. TD going to take the Sejuani, giving themselves some age options, some of that kind of ability with Yorick to combo, both of them being able to proc that permafrost quickly with Yorick with the auto resets. And we'll see what PA decides what they're going to answer with. They have the engage, they have the hyper carry. What do you take here?
I really don't like the Sejuani here. Like, we're just why are we picking so much AP damage, man? We see we see Galio, and we're just continuing to pick more AP based damage. I don't like it.
Yeah, PA gonna take themselves some sort of engage to allow their Galio to try and get that dream 5-man knockup, taking the Nocturne. And we'll see what finishes this series out with. What are they gonna take here? Gonna move this orange somewhere funky. What mid lane pick? I believe that's what we're getting here.
The scary thing to me is, so far, I don't see how TD ever kills this Jinx. Like, realistically, they don't have a great way to get onto them, and that Jinx has really good protection. She's got that, she's got Galio. Galio, he's gonna be very hard to get past. There's the Ornn with his W and his ulti and his QE. There's a lot of CC coming out of his team with a strong backline. And then they have the Nocturne just, absolutely be everywhere and anywhere at all times.
So just to clear things up for everyone, that last pick that we didn't see, it was reported to be a Kali mid for the side of PA. Really giving Fifi kind of some of that ability to assassinate, look for these targets, make it harder for this Yorick to split push, have to be worried about kind of that damage. And TD answers with Pantheon.
Oh. So, what team are you favoring with this draft?
I think PA might be able to win this one here. But I don't know. There is a lot of kind of answers into what they're wanting to do. I mean, this whole game, right? TD's whole game is get Yorick ahead, right? Sejuani is literally going to chain gank Pantheon and Yorick the whole game. And if the first 5 minutes, if they don't have first blood, I think this game's doomed.
I mean, this is such a hard game to play out. I don't think you win team fights. You can split push, but like, is Yorick really going to be able to split push and do a Kali Nocturne jumping on him at the same time? Right? Like,
Yeah.
probably not. Then you also have the Galio punish, so it's really hard for you to split push here as the Yorick. You don't have easy pick. You have Enchanter support with Ziggs, which is okay, but if we're playing into a Galio support, so we're gonna have trouble dealing damage to this support. Yeah, I don't know. I have to favor the Phantastic draft. I do know that this is comfort picks for some of these TD players, but man, this Phantastic draft just seems so much better.
Yeah, I mean, again, for TD, right? It's you are playing a really, really volatile comp. This comp is either like gonna smash and look like the best comp we've ever seen, and be like, why were we doubting them? Of course, Yorick just takes tier 2 on Ornn's face at minute 15, and Pantheon solo kills Akali 3 times because Sejuani sits mid lane and chain ganks after level 2. Or it's going to be, wow, this team lost this game at 22 minutes. What idiots. Why did they draft like that? I don't think there's a lot of in between in this comp.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it's going to go. This is going to be a very, very interesting game. And, you know, we're either going to get a Game 5 banger or it's going to be a quick night. We'll find out here in just a few minutes.
All right, we'll see.
Alright,
Hello,
and
everyone.
now
Nice.
gotta
We'll
ask
just talk
Angel.
over each other twice
That's a
like
classic.
this.
That's a
Yeah.
classic.
All right, so welcome, everyone. It's Game 4, Phantastic Academy. Our own match point on the blue side here. TD Wildcard looking to try and bring us to Game 5 on red. This draft is really interesting on the side of both teams, seeing a lot of picks we don't normally kind of associate and see a lot in League, especially when this isn't Fearless. These are just the picks that were picked. There's a York top lane, there's a mid lane Pantheon, and there's an invade happening. Lil Pyro is able to dodge, thankfully, not have to burn flash or anything like that. Does this invade continue? Toxin is looking for something as the Sejuani. And they are able to get this wraparound. Do they see Golden Bob? Are they able to get anything?
Minions have spawned.
Doesn't look
Oh,
like
there's
they
no
will.
backs
Wait a
getting
minute.
channeled.
Wait a minute.
Run!
There's Golden Bob. He's got onto Kittikis though, but he's kind of alone. I think Golden Bob is just dead. Well, I mean that's the kind of start that wins TD the game right there. All right, like I mean that's the kind of
TD
start
win.
TD.
TD win.
I mean no, it's far from over. But
Yeah.
Ornn is chilling in mid lane. This is
Yeah. We're
I mean-
lane swapping around, trying to give.
makes sense. Trying to get the better matchups.
Yep. I have absolutely no idea how York does into a Kali. I assume.
Nah, I don't think it's great.
Yeah, because I know Pantheon gets absolutely beaten up by Ornn as the items kind of progress later on into this game and you get the armor built up and stuff. But Complex does have this kind of early lead, right? They have this kill, giving them that fast, level 2. Ornn's forced to pop his paw and play a little bit more defensively than I'm sure he would like. And I want to see this Sejuani gank. That is what they are here for, and that is what they need to do.
Yeah, Sejuani is gonna need to have quite a bit of pressure for this team because they don't have a lot of easy natural ways to progress the game without jumping potential. Like bot, it's kind of tough because getting damage to stick on Galio as double AP bot lane is a little tough. But he's gonna misplay it actually. It just like what? Okay, we're just gonna die here. I wasn't quite expecting that one, but they do manage to get some damage traded back onto the side of TD. Revan is in danger though. He's forced to flash, but Wooly goes a little deep and he's gonna get out with like 10 health. Both of these teams just want to fight in this game 4 here.
Yeah, and blood is in the air. We see farming not as important. Hoodie Man has this giant wave crashing under their tower trying to pick some of this up. Akali has been focusing just on pushing and harassing. Their CS right now is abysmal. Fifi not trying to repeat that 9.6 CS a minute. They're going, I want these kills. My job is to keep this York down. Oxen just finished their clear. Finally progressing. Akali has a great back timer, able to avoid that.
Yes, sir. But if there's one thing that Hoodie is good at, it's surviving lane. I'm gonna be honest, I've seen this guy survive the worst matchups of all time into people who are up like 3k gold. He just doesn't die in these lanes.
Alright, we're gonna see
Bully boys,
another.
yeah,
Yep.
it looks like Revan
it-
is going to go down this time, and Jinx is excited. Jinx is looking for the chase down, but is not going to quite find it.
Yep, those traps aren't able to connect. Forces Kittikis to flash, however. And Wooly Bully does have that shield up now. That magic damage shield that is so oppressive when you're into these AP matchups.
But Nocturne's coming down here. He's just gonna, be a good hover. His team's able to get that wave pushed. They don't quite get it under tower, but they're gonna back here.
Yep. Interesting to see Sejuani decide to go with these boots to try and get around the lane faster. Complex is able to immune that brittle Parok, but they aren't really getting anything anymore, right? CS is even, or starting to kind of get ahead and get tankiness rolling. And it's on Fifi now to kind of make sure that this lane swap stays winning.
Yeah, I mean it's going relatively well. We're slightly winning in both of these solo lanes. But
Yeah, but
Kills is in
Sedge is
trouble.
here.
TD's
That's
got
the
the
E.
CC off.
Permafrost down.
Kills
And
is
that's a
going to go
kill.
down.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Fifi is looking for a fight on top side, but just isn't quite able to get that E to connect.
Yep, and once level 6 has come through, I feel like this has got to be somewhat good for Yorick, right? That you're able to just kind of keep your maiden up, and I don't think Akali is really ever going to be able to threaten her. But we do see PA are going for this early dragon, trying to get that down. The grubs have just spawned, and that is all of TD coming up for this fight. Looking onto Fifi here. With that ultimate, they did just burn their E and their W. Are they going to be able to survive? Yep. Have to commit the ult, but they do get out.
Yeah, and critically, TD spends a lot of time finding this pressure, and they are going to lose for Drake. Now, they will get Voids back in return, but honestly, I feel like in this series, that Drakes have just been so much, like, early Drakes are just so much more valuable in this series than the Voids have been.
Yeah, and Kills is pretty far out here. They have no flash. That's going to be the root. Pantheon in range for the W. Does he have the tankiness to survive this? No, that spear will get him down. Kali does land the E, but without ult, even onto this Seraphine, isn't going to be able to threaten anything. Hoodie Man is kind of keeping this freeze right now that they have kind of at their tower. Make sure to absorb all this pressure and then let Akali push into them when possible.
Yeah, TD is managing to find, you know, good pressure points here, even in a game that should be really tough for him to play. An accelerated Pantheon is really hard to deal with.
Yeah, and they have a gold lead currently of 1,000, right? That's pretty meaningful at pre-10 minutes.
Exactly, and most of his gold lead is on Pantheon.
Yep, 3 kills up. Quite a lot. Gonna see if Little Pyro is able to get anything more than just this one plate down here. Doesn't really look like it. See that Revan is heading back down bot lane. And this time away has kind of given them some of that CS. You know, a little bit of a discrepancy down bot. Kills is going for
it. For a 1v1, but his ult gets stunned, and he's not able to finish it out. Complex is going to back away and get a back off safely. That was possible mostly because his Pantheon is sitting on quite a bit of gold right now.
Yeah. Wasn't able to quite get it. Oh, that is a W knockback that was pretty good by Kitticus, but they are kind of out of mana now. So, gonna have to be forced to just let Little Pyro reset if they want, but Toxin is here. They're looking with this ult. Isn't able to land it.
And Nocturne is in the area. He has ulti available. Nocturne could choose to reinforce this, but I think they're better off just ending the fight and getting out, having just burned the support's flash.
Yeah, it was heal as well expended for Little Pyro, but that was Revan flashing forward as well, aggressively trying to look for something. Hoodie Man deciding, no, I do not want to lane into Akali. I want to lane into Yorick, and has transitioned himself into mid lane. Both of these players really going at it. Fifi and Complex both super low. That spear connects and gets it.
Yeah, the thing is, with Akali versus Pantheon, while it's generally a very Akali-sided matchup, Pantheon is also an assassin champion, and when he has a lead like that, he can just absolutely demolish the Akali. It's so hard to come back when down this kind of gold in an assassin v assassin matchup.
Yeah, and we do see that even for this Yorick, things are going great. They got 2 plates. Maiden's out. She's healthy. She's alive. We see the swap back. Complex is back up here into this Ornn, who is able to stop his back. Does get the knock up, but I don't...
baiting him right into his Yorick. There's the Jinx ulti. That's a good kill for Jinx, but we're committing a lot to this random topside skirmish. TD may lose Toxin here, and that is going to be a solid punish from just an over attempt at baiting by Complex. He takes too much damage and goes down to the Jinx ult.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty great if you're the side of PA to kind of get some of that back in, get that shutdown.
And it goes directly onto your late game insurance of Miss Jinx.
Yeah. Now it's just we
Kills
gotta
is
see.
looking for a kill.
Is he able to get it? I don't know if he is. Yorick is just gonna kind of walk him down. Hoodie Man does have that E movement speed if he can land it. Isn't able to, but is able to just push out.
Maiden was just beating him up there, forcing him backwards.
Wooly Bully taking that tower shot for fun, exerting his pressure, showing he isn't scared of nobody and nothing.
I mean, that's for Wooly Classic, okay? He's not... You can say a lot of things about Wooly, but what you can't say is that he is scared, because he's for sure not. This man has balls of steel. What can I say?
Yeah. Keeping Little Pyra safe, able to get these 2 kills. The one we saw top lane, another down bot lane. Punishing these roams from Revan. And we see fighting over this second set of grubs. Yorick really wants at least a couple of these in every game that he is in, and you never want to give 6 over. So we see Goldbot going in, but that is... Wooly Bully is down. That is quite a wide ult, but we are able to get some of this permafrost down. That is the stun trying to connect. Golden Bob is forced to flash. That was great wait by Toxin. They are able to kind of get this. Oh, they're not able to get the final kill. Q wasn't able to connect. Kitticus didn't have the damage, but this should be 5 grubs going over now. There's 6. 1 was claimed by Golden Bob, so it isn't going to be that full Void Knights, but it is quite a bit.
5 is still very good, though, when you consider the comp that TD has. I mean, they have, you know, the Pantheon, Yorick, who both want to, you know, heavily pressure these towers on the side lane.
Yeah.
And they're going to continue to do that. I mean, Yorick's already got a plate in this top side. He's looking to get more. And on the bot side, Complex getting engaged on. Fifi is in the area, but it looks like they're not quite willing to commit to that fight.
Yeah. Instead, going to start up this dragon.
Yorick has pushed, but no TP, which means he will not be joining this fight. Big fight is breaking out. There is going to be the Seraphine, but it's not enough. Seraphine drops. So does Akali.
Yeah.
There's going to be a chase down in the jungle. Jinx picking up another one. Toxin's getting ready to go down. Here comes Jinx. Jinx gets a third. Jinx gets a fourth. That's a quadra onto Lil Pyro. And at the same time, like, top is holding out fine, and we're just going to get another Drake. I don't know how... I don't know what you do now. Like, Jinx just got so accelerated. It's really hard to fix.
Yeah,
I mean,
also...
just look at the gold. Almost 3,000 gold difference just on the Jinx.
Yeah, I mean, Kills is going a little aggressive. Doesn't quite have the damage to take out this Yorick. Actually, seeing Yorick building lethality also worries me a lot, as that build has been nerfed into the ground repeatedly. Little Pyro is able to flash away from that Sejuani ult. Unsure if we're going to keep chasing that.
Nocturne's getting punished, though. That's so greedy. He's low health, like, trying to solo take tower plates. He just gets ulted on by Pantheon. I mean, that's just super illegal. I don't know why we're up that far.
Yeah, and we see the swap has happened yet again. Fifi trying to match this Hoodie Man on Yorick. Pantheon goes down bot lane, going, no, I need to match against you. You are way too fed for my Akali to deal with, and you can point and click her down. Do you see items coming through? The Yuntal Wild Arrows, the first item pickup now. I believe that's the new crit item that you get it as you just auto attack. It gives you crit chance as the game continues for a bit of a lower power spike immediately. I'm imagining that's going to be followed up by an Infinity Edge. Jinx is...
TD's looking for a play onto Wooly. Jinx is here, though, and Jinx is going to begin firing.
Yeah.
On the top side, Fifi is looking for damage onto Hoodie. Doesn't look like they have an angle for much more than that, but they are going to get a bit of poke across, as Complex is doing the same in the bot lane.
Yeah, just kind of this push and pull. That is a charge in, but I don't know if you really want that as kills. You're not really winning these trades out. And Hoodie Man, again, just sitting up here, kind of content to sit, farm, wait until they're in a position where they can carry and they know that they can win on the side lane. Just letting the farm funnel into them, wanting to make sure that they have their maiden available so that they're able to win some of these fights.
Yeah, and I mean, but a critical question is, right, like, Jinx is strong, but she is relatively vulnerable, right? Like, a Pantheon can get onto her and just blow her up. So they are going to need another source of strong damage, and I think it's going to end up coming from this Akali. The
Yeah,
question is
Akali.
if they're able to, like, build up enough of a lead to have that. It just doesn't look like they are.
Yeah, Yorick does drop his ult down, so he's now going to look for this push whenever possible, and we do have the Ziggs mid lane to look for that. Golden Bob, I believe, was able to secure that Scuttle Crab. The Toxin is getting collapsed on. Galio ult committed. Seraphine as well. That's the Nocturne cutting off the lights, and Jinx is able to start firing. That's the flash away from Revan. One more!
It's gonna drop.
Yeah, and Little Pyro picks up yet another kill, 6-0 currently, and it's them taking over this game, giving a break to Fifi's back.
Yeah, I mean, as TD going into this game, the number one thing you want is to make sure this Jinx isn't ahead, and that's exactly what this Jinx is. TD is looking for a play. They have her ahead, Pantheon, trying to find something, but he just cannot get to this Jinx. She's just slowly burning him down.
Yep. Wooly Bully was able to get that taunt off, kind of keep himself in between the two, and they're really looking for this mid lane tower here, which is really going to open the map up and let them get some more deep vision, allow them to play, and give them time to collapse onto this Yorick, who is kind of being greedy here, looking for this, doesn't even get the Demolish proc off, and I'm pretty sure they're dead still.
It's very likely.
Slow
Jinx
lands.
hits the W into a CC. He's gonna get feared the second he comes out, and he's just gonna die here to the Jinx.
Yeah. Nocturne actually picks up that kill, which, you know, isn't the greatest, but whatever. Who cares? Complex looking to fight down this Ornn. Ornn did flash away here, and it should be able to get under his tower. Kill's really looking, trying to pressure this.
We have a tower race that is just not looking great for TD. They got 3 mid, but they have 4 top and a Herald. I mean, it's just gonna be hard to outpush them.
Yeah, this is kind of the Jinx is really good at pushing, and so is this. But we're just gonna keep trading. Who's gonna play chicken first?
Them, because they have 2 people they can afford to send back without losing
Yeah.
the pressure.
And now we see this Nocturne coming in, getting onto the Ziggs. The damage comes down. Everyone flashes away. But I think Nocturne is able to get down and just run straight at Kittikus and is able to get him down finally with this smite. Turns his attention to the Seraphine, picks up another. Wooly Bully and him running. Oh, even the flash forward is able to get this Fear proc off, and that's another huge kill.
Yep, and Toxin is going to pop. That is 3 kills. Fifi is going to pop as well, but it's just going to be continued pressure for the side of Phantastic as they push to try and pressure this tier 2 tower. Actually, no, they changed their mind. They decided they want to grab this Drake, get 3rd Drake of them that can force a fight for 4th Drake in a few minutes here.
Yeah. I mean, that's one way to deal with the split push. Just get 3 dragons and go, yeah, split push again. I dare you, right? How can you split push into a Hextech Soul?
Exactly. I mean, you're gonna have all that slow, and you know, it's just so hard to play into Hextech. One of the best souls in the game at the moment, and like this roster is really gonna like it. I mean, you think Jinx doesn't like a Hextech?
Yeah. And we just gotta see, Pantheon's 7-2. They're the carry. They gotta get onto somebody. They need to get some of this shutdown money and just be able to give pressure and time, draw somebody, give Hoodie Man a chance and the ability to push on a side lane, because he can't at this point. Nocturne has ult always, right? And you can't survive as Yorick into this combination of Akali Nocturne. They're just gonna explode you.
Yep, that's the thing. I mean, like, this Akali Nocturne is a scary duo. And then you have, like, the super fed Jinx Galio. And how do you kill Galio? I mean, your bot lane doesn't have the damage to do it. Your jungler's not going to have the damage to do it. You're completely reliant on this Pantheon to get a lot done in this game. I just don't think he has the damage to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I really just want to see a man drop. You gotta take Pet Sejuani, look for an ult on the Jinx, and just get the man drop combo. You have to burn her flash within these next couple of minutes before this dragon starts or this game's doomed. We see Complex getting caught in his jungle. Golden Bob says, that's my jungle up here, and that's another kill. And that's just kind of disaster.
Yeah, at the same time, like, they're keeping pressure bot side. Bot lane rotates over towards mid. They're going to force on this tower. They want to get this tier 2, likely even the tier 1. Likely even the inhib tower.
Yeah,
And,
talks.
yeah, Golden is chunked out, so they are going to be forced to retreat a bit, which is very good for TD. It's going to buy them time to come back here, but not very much.
Yeah, Hoodie Man just unable to kind of do anything as Yorick. It's kind of your almost dream scenario in some ways, as bad as it sounds to say. But turret bounties as Yorick just make your eyes light up, and you know those dollar signs pop out of it. It is so much gold that you can individually get to carry a game, but he just can't do anything because Nocturne has ult, and you don't know where they are on the map.
Yep.
We are going to get a look down here. The ult is propped. Fifi is getting chased down, but they are able to just ult away using that ult, keep themselves slippery, and are able to utilize these hex stack gates to get out of there.
I mean, it's just so hard to get the picks here, right? Like, picking this bot lane is going to be hard because this Jinx is always going to have the Galio sitting on her. Picking the Akali is going to be hard because it's an Akali. Like, but meanwhile, they're just like, oh, Seraphine, come here, immobile support. Like, there's just not a lot of options for TD.
Revan played that really well, able to utilize that blast cone to kind of keep themselves safe. But we see Wooly Bully just going in onto this Pantheon. Jinx is able to free fire, looking to see if they can hit onto Kittikis, who isn't able to provide this damage. Throws all of their cooldowns. Horn funnel into this. Jinx just free firing, tearing through these tanks, getting excited. And, you know, there's a broken inhib up there that can be hit.
Look, I mean, Jinx is just walking at your Seraphine. They're just getting deleted, man. Just not a whole lot they can do from this game state unless we get a major mistake by Phantastic.
Yep. Hoodie Man trying to get his wife safe back into the safety of these two towers. And yeah, that's an inhib down. Is it too early? Probably not. There's not a lot of AP damage to really clear it because you have to keep Ziggs with your main team.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to clear out these waves. I mean, not only is their, wave clear not the best, but they have to keep their best champion for it. This Ziggs with the rest of the team are just gonna get ran through. Meanwhile, they're doing a 3-man Baron because we have the damage for it. Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, there's just no vision at all, right? Look at the wards that TD has. There's a couple towards the bot side of the map. There's no vision. Baron goes down. You see the thing. Everyone immediately runs away screaming, going, oh my god, I can't be here anymore. And Yorick is TPing to try and do Dragon.
TD, yeah, I mean, I think TD has kind of realized, hey, we're not going to get a good fight at this rate, right? We just have to take the fight we can get. And this is the one. Complex is caught out before the fight even starts, and Nocturne is going to get an easy engage straight onto Ziggs, forcing the flash, forcing the ulti. Toxins move forward to buy time, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. In comes the Ornn ulti, and Jinx is just arriving, completely untouched. There's just not a whole lot TD can do here, as they get absolutely wiped, almost into a man, and I have a feeling that they're going to go straight for the end here after this trade.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly can. Or you don't really have a wave mid lane to support it, but you do have this top lane wave kind of crashing in. Bot lane is pushing as well. And yeah, how do you come back anymore. I don't think you can. I think this game's curtains, and I believe PA is going to advance to our gold finals.
Yeah, I mean, the only way to possibly come back is, like, Phantastic just straight up inks. Which, I mean, it's gold, it's possible, but, I mean, there goes Galio, but, like, Jinx is just completely free-firing. Little Pyro hasn't made the major mistakes that, you know, like, right there, you would need those E's to hit. You would need an overstep from his ADC for this game to be playable. They were just not getting it. Pyro's just playing really well. Oh, wait. As I say it, Pyro overstepped, but they managed to get backwards. Nocturne is ulting in onto the backline. He gets one. Can he get two? Look at this. Jinx is 1v1ing the ADC from 10% health because they're just absolutely fed. Nocturne is 1v3ing the enemy backline. And that's just going to be the game. I mean, the gold difference is just so big. That should have been a good fight for TD, but it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, the weight of the wallets is too high, and PA are able to make themselves the finalists, sending TD out.
It was definitely hard fought by TD, but they just, at the end of the day, Phantastic just had the better game. You know, they played confident, they played their style, and they just won it out in the end.
Yeah, and that's really hard to see. You can even see just the damage numbers. Complex was online this game. They were able to do stuff, but the rest of their team just unable to kind of help them carry. Kittikis and Revan in the bot lane were just unable to really provide almost anything, just forced to try and wave clear and keep this team in the game, but unable to do so.
So, who do you think you want to give the MVP of the series to?
I mean, it's got to be Fifi, right? They
Yeah,
literally
yep.
like 2 games out of the 5 or 2 games out of 4 was them going, I am better than everyone else in this lobby. I'm proving it to you. Here it
Yep.
is. Look at me win.
Exactly. Like game 3, Jinx steps way up. I think Wooly Bully, though he was psychotic, I mean absolutely psychotic, he was a bit of a like silent hero in game 3 here. But I think overall it's definitely Fifi. Fifi looked
Yeah.
like the best player in the lobby in 2 out of 3 games, and in the 3rd game, I mean, it's not like they were inting, they just didn't get a ton done.
Yeah. Otherwise, kind of shout-outs on the losers of TD. I think Kittikis played this series pretty well, despite not having like a lot going for them in these games. They were constantly useful, doing a lot. They would be my MVP from TD.
I would have to agree with you there for sure.
All right. Well, it is late for I think almost everyone. Thank you for joining us for this BOL semifinals. Next week we'll see the finals and see who Phantastic Academy will be playing. Thank you.
Actually,
and
I believe we
do
know who they're playing.
Yeah.
Their series ended earlier. I believe it was a 3-0. It's going to be Jolly Rogers after 3-0ing the Suns versus PA.
All right. So tune in next week to see if Jolly Rogers, who have been pretty dominant this season from what I can tell in the standings, are able to finish out the season on a strong point, or if Phantastic Academy will be able to pull off the upset. We'll see you next week. Thank you.
Peace.